everybody. Happy time zone, everyone. Sorry, I'm so used to having to like turn it off, and then it just sort of like stopped, and I was there, and it startled me. I hope you're all having a good day. I understand that some of you are experiencing some very warm weather. It has gotten delightfully chilly here, which has been very nice. Dang it, I have the choices up on the screen already. No, don't look at that. Don't look at that. What are you doing? So yeah, okay, never mind. I suppose that particular cat is out of that particular bag. So yeah, today's theme is please pick a yellow one, and then if you pick a yellow one, you can pick a purple one afterwards. But also, I have to give you guys the illusion of choice. So there's already a purple one there. So, I will say that those 3 yellows are all sampled specifically from the Pokemon behind those doors. So I think there is technically 3 different shades of yellow there. For whatever that's worth to you guys. So honestly, let's just get that poll started. Because that's kind of all there is to it today. It's not a super exciting theme, but I warned you last week. We really need, I don't want to do the yellows either. We're going to do the yellows. It's going to be fine. We're going to get through a yellow every week. And sorry, I feel like, I don't know, for some reason I was sitting here prepared to go, but that little jump scare has kind of just like startled me back out of go mode. Alright, so, and you guys can pick anyone you like. You are allowed to, but we will eventually have to do some yellows, that's all. So there you go, pick whomever you prefer. Mr. Bones, we are a notoriously well-behaved bunch. Yes, sure you are. And while that's up, I will file in a little bit more information about some things. So, obviously a video didn't go up on Thursday. There's no big conspiracy there or anything. I just physically couldn't get it done. It's actually still not done, even with a couple of extra days of work into it. So it'll be going up on the next Thursday, and I'm hoping to finish it in the next 2 days and then put that extra time into the next episode and catch up that way so that I don't have to skip another week. They were just particularly complex Pokemon, so they took slightly longer to make. I've tried to purge the room of spoilers, even though by now I was expecting you guys to know about those 6. So if you go looking for spoilers, there is a chance you will find them, but I've done my best. It does mean that I can't show you the Pokédex today because I updated the Pokédex, right? Not only did I put those 6 in, but somebody in the comment section last week asked if I wouldn't mind putting in like gen breaks across it to show where like Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3 and those ones there all were. And I did that, and it looks really good, and it looks really cool, but I can't show you guys this week, but you'll get to see that next week. And I'll update the break video as well, so that when like the scroll shows the generation breaks as well. Honestly, it almost it's like 8 little lines, but it just changes the whole feel of the thing. It's cool. I like it a lot. Don't stress. Oh, no. You can't ask me not to be me. I just wanted to let you guys know nothing bad happened. There's nothing else at play here. It was literally could not get done. I have a tendency to bite off more than I can chew, and after a couple of very, very long days, I just decided that it got to 11 o'clock at night on Thursday, and I'm just like, I just physically cannot get this done. It's still 5 hours long. So I went to bed instead, which was good, and I needed that. So yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to be someone who doesn't bite off more than they can chew and try to chew it anyway, but it just means that occasionally a video will drop, you know. It's just, we can but do our best. The theme is please pick a yellow one if you don't mind. Yeah, in other updates, I have worked a little bit on Nidorino and Nidorina. Nidorina is closer to being finished. I will show those in a minute after we've closed off the poll here. It looks like you guys are picking number 1. What's happening here? We have 1, 248, 217, 83, 2, 240, 218, 70. Huh? Oh, they're the colour. Mr. Bones has gone and gotten you the RGB values for these colours. To be fair here, I could have done 4 yellow boxes here, and I've given you a non-yellow one because you have free will. And it is entirely up to, like, I have put in a request. I am setting up a situation where it's very easy for you to acquiesce to my request and go with it. But also, you are beings of free will, and I acknowledge that, and I want to make sure that you do not feel forced into my decision. And so I've given you the exact opposite of yellow here, which is a purple one. And I know you guys are fond of purple anyway. And so, like, there's just a little temptation on the table, but also it's the free will part of it. You can pick that purple if you want to. I will not complain. Well, I'll probably complain, but that's... That's my right. It's your right to pick whatever you like, and it's my right to complain about it. You were explaining to your very hyper 7-year-old about sun poisoning and heat stroke because he didn't understand why he couldn't play outside today. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, those are real. You're fighting for your life trying to eat your mac and cheese while the cat attempts to steal bites. I like that. That sounds really cute to me, though. Good luck. Best of luck. I hope neither of you starve. Alright, let's... How many votes have we had through? Okay, we've had sufficient through that I am comfortable ending this poll. 13% of you woke up choosing violence, and I approve. I want you all to think for yourselves. But anyway, number 1 has been chosen with 32% of the vote. Then came number 3 at 27%, 2 at 26%, and 4 at 12%. That is so funny to me. Why is number 3 more popular than number 2? They're basically the same colour. I suppose they're about the same. Like, that's like the difference of 1 vote. Okay, so reverse psychology for the colours tonight. No, I've come in and said basically please pick them, but you also don't have to. Because, like, I don't want to sit here and do the yellow ones either. Guys, like, I'm right there with you. I don't want to do this. We're going to go through this together. You guys have helped me through a number of Pokemon that I haven't been super enthused about, and I look forward to that continued support. Alright, so, let's open door number 1 and see what we have chosen for ourselves today. And you guys have selected... Oh no! Yeah, no, you've chosen Hypno. There we go. I will mention that we are doing an absolute maximum of 2 today. So, keep that in mind when the next vote comes up. Because, honestly, I'm very Pokemoned out at the moment. Everything I do is Pokemon right now. And so we're going to do 2 today instead of 3. And it's just showing ourselves a little bit of kindness here. Alrighty. So, with Hypno selected, I have to come over here and I have to change my sprite. Hi.
Hey.
Is everything okay?
Did you complete any Pokemon from last week?
Yeah, I'm going to show him.
Okay.
Mr. Bones is helping. Oh, there he is. Ah! He's on top of me. There he goes. Yeah, we're just going to shrink him down. Ah, well, we're going to try. There he is. No one look too deeply into his eyes, okay? And he is our 136th Pokemon from Gen 1. That is still accurate to the information y'all all have. It's not accurate to the information I have, but it's accurate to the information y'all have. There we go. Do 1 Pokemon, then do some homework, then do the second Pokemon, Darcy. Oh, sorry, Daiquiri. That is kind of the plan, but I'll show you, because I did actually make progress on last week's Pokemon. So... Ghastly still looks exactly the same as Ghastly did at the end of last... Sorry, the camera will not focus on him because he is just a little black ball. Actually, is the camera focusing at all? Is it just me or are we a little fuzzy today? Anyway, Ghastly... Forgive me, I'm going to just fiddle with that briefly. So this is what happens. This is what happens when I open straight into the guessing screen. Nothing's quite in focus. Did that help? Sorry, anyone who has, like... If vision stuff is going to upset y'all, look away for like 30 seconds while I fiddle with this. Oh, hang on. That's... That's looking pretty crispy there. I'll leave it there for now, but I'm going to leave the window open in case I have to change it again. So there is Ghastly. He looks exactly the same as he did last week. Nidorina has had a little bit of a glow up, but she hasn't been decorated yet. So this is her. She is still missing her spots and her spikes need to be sewn on, and her head is actually not attached yet either. But she has come together. She is... So she's there. And as mentioned, Nidorino still kind of looks like a baked potato. But don't, like, the eyelids and the teeth are going to fix what's happening with this face. Okay, I promise. So yeah, that's where they have ended up in between episodes. Anybody who saw the end of last stream know that they didn't look like this yet. But that's how they look currently. So there is room there to do a little bit of homework if we want to, without spoiling anything too badly. But I don't know if there's... I'll make that decision when we get there. Yeah, she's so cute. Oh, I'm glad you like her. So they are... That's Princess Sorbet, Prince Gelato, and Ghastly. I think we named him just Rick Ghastly. Cool. So... Alright, I'm going to leave the focus like that until I notice anything wrong. So make a ruckus if things are getting weird. Well, you know what I mean in terms of focus. I mean, things are going to get weird. So, let us draw our little hypno friend. Now, Drowsy didn't turn out super great. Mr. Bones has already dropped some reference images for me. And this guy is very peoply, which is how he's been left to this point. So, let's just do a little sketch. He's got his neck ruff, and he has a torso. My least favourite Pokemon have torsos. We have foot, which we will be giving the mitten treatment to, and he's got like this weird like one leg forward, one leg back kind of pose going on here. And I don't know if we're going to try and capture that or if we'll just do like standing or sitting. But we'll draw him in pose today anyway. Oh my goodness. He has full-on articulated man hands. Look at him. Ugh. There's nothing creepier to me than a Pokemon with opposable thumbs. It's specifically the opposable thumbs. It's like... It's one thing to have a pet animal who needs to be a pet. It's another thing entirely to have a pet because it wants to be a pet. Something about that just squigs me out a little bit. I mean, we did eat someone last... Did we? Did we eat someone last week? I don't remember that. I mean, it sounds like us. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I remember. No, we specifically said we weren't allowed to eat Andy. Heinz the Hypnosinator, Doofenshmirtz. Though I am not caught up on the new episodes that have just released of Phineas and Ferb, which is an oversight on my part, but I do not have Disney Plus, and so it has to wait until I have Disney Plus. I won't pay for more than one subscription service at a time. I have one set of eyeballs. I need one subscription service at a time, and that's it. He doesn't have a tail or anything, which is actually very kind of him. He does have some pointy ears, and he has my focus squiggle in the middle of his forehead, which isn't great, but it is what it is. But he does have this great honkin' schnoz. And I don't know if we're using safety eyes for him either, because he's just got tiny little eyes. I feel like he's supposed to reference, like, court jesters a little bit. There we go. I think that's a reasonable facsimile of our fellow. Let's just ink the portrait. Yeah, I know you tried to eat Andy, not Martini, but we're not doing that again today. There we go. Do, 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 do. It's like, he's just... I think he might actually be the peopliest of the Peoplemon. Just because, like, the others all kind of look like caricatures of people. He kind of just looks like a person to me. And I don't know if there's much I can do to help that. He's just a creepy dude with arms and flipper feet. This is good though. I asked you guys to pick a yellow and you guys managed to pick a yellow that I was really unenthused about, which is perfect because, like, the more we can get rid of the ones I'm not enthusiastic about, the more fun it's gonna be to get to the real, like, last couple, which we're basically there already if we're honest. I don't know how I'm going to do this little medallion. I might have to put Mr. Bones on assignment for that. If he feels up to it. But yeah, there is our fellow. You want to call him Snosberry? Alright, so to make this thing, I think we make like a head. Yeah, he has one. I'm trying to decide if we build that neck ruff into it. And he does have, like, cheeks, so his head does have, like, a little shape to it. Not a lot, but a little. Then we could, like, change colours and make, like, a little bit of a ruff. Not a lot of a ruff, but a little bit of a ruff. Do some picots around the top edge to give it the spikiness if we wanted to, or around the bottom edge, depending on what that ends up looking like, the outer edge in any case, and then build up. Let's see, that's really just a very basic nub of a body. This will be thinner than that, it'll be more like this. Then I'm giving him the mitten treatment. I'm not making individual fingers, but if we make his arms mitteny, then this part he can, like, fold over and look like it's forming that hand shape a little bit, just without the fingers. So that's just a tube with the thumb sticking out the side. We can manage that. Ears need to be little triangles. They need, like, brown triangles inside them, which I'll honestly probably embroider on. I don't think we'll make that as a separate piece. We'll just make some pointy triangles. The nose, funnily enough, has to be its own separate thing, which is funny because, like, that's just, like, not something that normally happens. I think that might even be a new one here. What if we name him Francis? The name list is absolutely great, by the way. I've seen Heinz, Pip, Pendulum, Colonel Mustard, and Keith. Wait, why is Keith on that list? The official info is that Hypno is based off a dream or nightmare-eating yokai called a Baku form. Oh, a Baku from Japanese mythology. Interesting! He does have a little, like, a Mr. Burnsian vibe. The ears remind you of Chihuahua ears. Not me trying to find a cute feature for this fellow. He doesn't have one, and that's okay. We'll try and capture it in the assembly. Like, if we give him a slightly oversized schnoz, he won't have a head anymore. Like, it's not, I can't even make the nose bigger. So, and then the legs are again tubes with a little bit of a flipper, or a paddle in this case at the end. There is a difference between flipper and paddle. We can do him straight-legged, or I could go for, like, a knee type configuration, depending on how much time we've gone through and what size we end up at, because he doesn't really have a lot of, like, fancy bits to him. He's a straight-up dude. He's just a dude. Yeah. Sorry, I mentioned that for the pendulum, I don't really have a plan. Worst case scenario, I will very tightly chain a few times, and then hang it from a piece of thread. It's if we don't come up with anything better. You like Keith, it's absurdist, fair enough. I made a knife once that your 6-year-old named Steve. The handle was sculpted into a face. Oh, I like that. I like the whole, like, talking weapon trope. I think it's an interesting storytelling device. Not that that's what your 6-year-old was necessarily aiming for, but it's where my mind goes. So, in terms of yellows, this is the yellow we used for Drowsy. We have access to a new yellow, courtesy of Anxiety Bakes. She got me this one here after seeing me complain about not having, like, a mid-tone yellow, because, look at this. These are the two yellows I have. And that one sits just really nicely right in between them. That doesn't, I haven't found a use for it yet, but I'm really excited to have it. You can see it's slightly better on that cam because it's slightly less overexposed. I didn't turn this light down at all, actually. Normally, we'll creep that down a little bit. We'll creep it down a little bit. We'll creep it back up a little bit. Just, you'd think this many years in I'd have my setup sorted, but nope. Never. Never. I'm never going to just have default settings for things. So I'm going to stick with the same yellow as we used for Drowsy, even though I do think this is a better match. Yeah. Because, like, I want him and Drowsy to match. I don't know. This is a really good match for that yellow. Okay, so I know that they're based on tapers. So, like, maybe Drowsy has, like, a darker, fluffier, denser coat. And then when he grows into the man, because that's all I can see this thing as. When he grows into the man, maybe he changes colour slightly. I feel like this is right. Yeah. So this one here is a new brand of yarn for me. I've not tried this one before, but it's the exact same, like, weight and everything. It's a Shorn Sheep one. Still 100% acrylic. It still suggests a 4mm hook, which means I'm going to use a 3.25mm hook. Wait, do I use 3.25 or 3.5? 3.5mm hook for it. My usual hook. So yeah, and the only other colour we need here is white. And I have some of that. Not a lot of that, but I have a... Oh, it's all everywhere. The Excalibur sword departure on the librarians made you sad, so you agree? Yeah, I'm not super caught up on the librarians. I don't think I watched the TV show. I've watched a couple of the movies, though, and they're very good, very entertaining. The only reason I haven't seen them all is that they weren't released yet. Okay, so we're going to try this. It feels thinner than my usual yarn, I will say that. It's working up smaller than my usual yarn as well. It's an accidental yarn review. Now, this is all just relative to my usual yarn. It is not an innate statement about the yarn itself. Okay. So yeah, I'm starting at the top of the head. I'm definitely not mega potting him. Nobody needs a full-sized human man in their house. Well, I mean, that's... Sorry, that was a needlessly alarmist statement. The movies are first, then the TV show. Yeah, the movies are first. Cool. So I've seen the movies. All I mean is that nobody needs a full-size Hypno in their house. When you were a kid, you got a puppy. He was black and brown and looked like a teddy bear. And within 2 years, he was pure white with black and grey tips on his ears and tail. So the colour lightning makes sense too. Yeah, I think so. Do you know that, with some exceptions, in general, when you see a white horse, it was probably born black. That's just how that works. Born little black ponies, and they turn white as they get older. As I said, there are obviously exceptions to that, but that's just kind of a general thing. Bobapedia says toe beans. Wait, there are beans? I don't think that... There's not beans on the reference I've got, but it's not an official reference. Dude never lifts his feet, therefore we do not... Mr. Moans, that is not a comfortable way to think about the mouth of Hypno. He is positing as to whether or not the mouth goes here, like a beak, or here, like a creep. And now mine has both, so it kind of like opens like this. Hang on, how do I show this? It's like, how do I turn one of my hands around? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Okay, cool. You've always found that yellows, no matter the brand, always seem lighter or thinner than you expect. I found that with black yarn. My black yarn always works up way stringier than some of the other colours, which is really bizarre. There must be something about the dyeing process that just stretches the yarn out or decays it more or something. That said, my field of experience is limited to basically one brand of yarn at this point. Hi. Oh, thank you, honey. He's made me a perfect little hypno loop. So there we go. We have a solution to that problem. It's actually perfect. Look, I don't know if he knows he's done this, but it's perfectly to scale with the drawing on my screen. Confirmed no toe beans on 3DS model. Okay, okay, good. Thank you, Loot, for going when none of us really felt like going. As a child, you wanted a my-sized Barbie and never got it. I think my Hypno would fill that gap and heal your inner child. No. No. It's like, dang it, gotta have boundaries, and my boundary is life-sized Hypnos. Current name list: Heinz, Pip, Pendulum, Colonel Mustard, and Keith. Oh. Oh, that's cool looking. Sorry, I think I've just been shared a picture of the yokai this guy's based on. I like him a lot. But I'm going to stop looking at Discord reference images now because it's distracting me, and that's not good. Oh, Night Breeze, thanks for hanging out. After so many of these streams, you were really tempted to buy a hook and even asked your mum to try and teach you again how to crochet, but I was going to get a $1 and cheap yarn. Yeah, do that. Absolutely. I started with, like, would have been like a $1 or $2 hook and like a literal $2 ball of yarn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That said, I also hated crochet the first time I tried it, and I was 18. So, but I liked it when I tried it again when I was like 22 or 23. So, you might like it. And I hope you do, because I clearly went back to it and, you know, it's okay. I haven't built my life around it or anything. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, cool. We're 18 around now. All right, and we're going to do some rows of 18 single crochet. I'm going to get a bobby pin to practice some responsible crafting. Footpad, there's some contention in the source material. No, we have official proof from the 3DS model. No footpad present. That said, we do normally lean on Bulbapedia when in doubt. So, I don't know. I guess it's going to come down to whether or not I have him standing or sitting. If he's standing, who cares if there's meant to be a footpad there? You can't see it. If he's sitting and his tootsies are front and center, who knows? Who knows indeed. All right, I'm scrolling. Let's have a look at this contentious source material. Oh, that's a clip from the anime. No, that's clearly just a human in a hypno suit. That's how you know he's an alien. Only the alien ones have toe beans, but so many of them have toe beans. Hi, Nikki. Hope you're well. They definitely aren't consistent with Pokemon over time. Yeah, that's why you kind of have to, like, pick a lane. I don't remember if we did toe beans on Drowsy. As mentioned, he wasn't one of the more successful ones that we made, so he's kind of been shuffled off into the bag. I really do need a second bag now. Excuse me. This is already bigger than I'm comfortable with, but it's fine. All right, we'll do one more row of 18 and then we'll make some slight cheeks and then we'll work out how to transition into that neck ruffle. I'm going to close that for now. I think we've settled in at a focus level. You've been crocheting since you were 6 and you're 29 now? Wow. Every time I talk about this, I feel like I pick a different starting point because technically the first time I interacted with a crochet hook, I would have been about 7 or 8 years old, but literally all I knew how to do was chain. And that was all I was taught. And then like it was a very fleeting thing. Then I picked up an amigurumi book when I was 18 and working at a bookstore. And I tried it and it wasn't the best. And then, as I mentioned, in my early 20s, I picked it up again. And I liked it that time. And I cycle through hobbies. And so like I think I put it down for like 5 years at one point, and then I picked it back up again, then I put it down for another couple of years. I've been going pretty solidly for about 5 years now. You loved the drowsy? Okay, well, sorry, I didn't mean to speak ill of somebody's favourite. I do try to be careful about that. Alright, he needs some cheeks. So I'm thinking here and here. Why would I not just center them? Let's center them. So we currently have 18 stitches in our round. That's our starting point. And we want cheeks like here and here. And looking at him, I think that's a good distance apart. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stitches in between. We'll do a little increase there and there. I'm tempted to do like, and then one stitch and then another increase. Just to like really, you know what I'm trying to say there? Like I just to really like, So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stitches, and we're 18 in the round, so that leaves us 6 remaining. So we'll do 3 at the start and 3 at the end, and that will mean everything is like centered, at least when we start. We'll go 2 repeats of ink and 1, 4 single crochet, and then 2 repeats of 1 and ink, and 3 single crochet to finish. Now that is going to add 4 stitches to our round, leading us to 22, which is an even number, and so is acceptable to me. Taught your husband to crochet when you were dating because that was a way for him to stop you long enough to get to know you. You always tell your blacksmithing students the only difference between a beginner and a master is that the master has messed up more times than the beginner. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. I mean, I've told the story so many times now, you must be sick of it, of that Mew that I made, where it was just after I'd picked up the hook again, and I'd forgotten the difference between a single crochet and a slip stitch, and I was following someone else's pattern online, and I slip stitched the entire thing, and that's why Mew looks like that. But I adore her, and she's a really important, like, thing along my milestones. Like, always keep those first few wonky things you make. They're special. They're important. If you play video games, you know how you encounter, like, artifacts or trinkets, and they have special powers in them. That's what those first few items you're making are. So keep your wonky scarf. Keep your weirdly slip-stitched little amigurumi. These things matter. They do. They matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guess who can't count? It's me! Go. You didn't used to care much for Drowsy, but you crocheted him from the notes and now love him. Oh, I love that. Yeah, that has that effect sometimes. Like, I never really cared much for Slowbro, but I love him so much I'm having a hard time putting him away. I think he has made it into the top of the bag now, but only the very top, so that I can still access him as like my comfort potato. Something about this particular Pokemon has just become like a comfort potato for me. And so he stays within arm's reach. watching. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's as much cheek as this fella's getting, but I'll do 22 single crochet around, and then we're going to tuck on in. 2, 3, 4, 6, and I'm counting out loud, much to the ire of the audience. The booing, I can hear it now. Oh no, they've gotten their pitchforks out. The torches, we have to run. What's going on? Sorry, I was trying to say that like it's a I've been crocheting since 2013, mostly plushies because the ones I make are usually like a puzzle. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. Yeah. I definitely prefer working on three-dimensional objects to working on flat pieces. That includes wearables. Wearables are an awful lot of work for, at least in my hands, a very mediocre result. Whereas, like, I feel like when I'm making creatures, that's kind of where it all sort of comes together. I feel like that's where I excel. You started when you were around 8 or so? Ooh, okay. So your mum taught you to crochet, then your dad taught you tatting. You're now 30 and crocheting is what keeps you sane. Yeah. Huge mental health benefits to something like crochet. Cool. Now we just need to shloop the whole face on in. And I want to shloop it mainly around the front because the way spinal cords work, head and body, right? Looking this way. So the way spinal cords work is they attach here and they run down the back. This is not news to people. So like when I'm shlooping that face on in, I want to shloop it back here so that the opening's here and we can work the body attached to the head at the back, because otherwise if we shloop it in evenly, the spinal cord is down the middle and that just looks wrong. Like I've never been super into like biology, but it's amazing how much I reference little things like anatomy. Not super accurately, but like just the concepts such as like spine goes at back. Seems to be really relevant to what I do on a daily basis. So there's 6 stitches across the front. We can easily do 3 decreases around there. Then we can decrease there and we can decrease there. And I think that's a good starting point for the... So that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 5 decreases across the front. So that should bring us down to 17. Should I work harder to make that not 17 and do something different? No. Wait. Yeah, no, it's 17. You kind of want to see how you're going to turn your amigurumis into bags? Yeah, I've thought about doing that. Like, because, like, I mean, they're all pockets, right? There's some pretty straightforward ways to translate them into puppets or pockets or bags. I tend to work at a smaller scale, which I think my giant owlbear, that big Baldur's Gate type one, the biggish one, I think would translate really nicely into a backpack, actually. But not something I've played with yet. Five, 6. Sorry, I was suddenly intensely suspicious of my own stitch count, but we're right, we're fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 back to the start. Gyarados sleeping bag incoming. No, I would body pillow Gyarados. I wouldn't sleeping bag him. But we're not doing either of that for the sake of this Crochetdex. So don't get me wrong, I'm not absolutely never in a million years going to rule out doing like not a life-size one because they're 5'7", but I think, or something like that. Or maybe it's Charizard I'm thinking of is 5'7". Maybe it's Tom Cruise I'm thinking about that's 5'7". Something is 5'7". But, yeah, I'm not really doing like a larger, more like a prestige type piece. It's been a really long time since I've done like a proper sculptural sized piece, which is funny because that's what I really like doing. But for the sake of the Crochetdex, I'll be trying to do one at least at similar scale to the others. It's probably going to end up like Onyx. Onyx ended up oversized, but like Gyarados at the size of Onyx I think would work for our purposes. Don't know if I'm satisfied with the level of schloop we accomplished there. I think I want it schloopier. And I think I'm going to put an extra decrease on either side. So we're going to change it to 7 in the middle and 4 stitches on either side. I'm just looking at it and it's not closed off enough for what I want. One and 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this is not at all, not even a little bit, because it was at 17 before, which is a prime number, and now we're at 15, which is a much nicer number. What would be the best Pokemon to make life-sized? Oh, it depends on how you define best. So it's like, it would have to, if you mean best by what would look coolest, there's a couple of options there. And I actually think the ones that have more detail to them lend themselves more to that because you can cover up more of the stitch texture. Because I'm assuming if we're doing life-size, we're using a thicker strand, which, I'm sorry, oversized crochet stitches always look kind of goofy to me. If you're working at a plush yarn Snorlax as a life-sized, I think would be really lovely. But other than that, I would definitely be going for something like super detailed. I think a life-size Magikarp would make me very, very happy because that'd be like this, right? He's just this giant, wonderful fish and he has lots of interesting textures to him, which I think would be really cool. Life-size Gyarados is just a big space commitment. When you're made of bones, you can be as tall as your collection of spares allows. Mr. Bones! Joltik, always Joltik. Isn't that like only like... It's like, this is basically Joltik. It's maybe smaller than this. Snorlax is like 6 foot or something. Hang on, I'm scrolling up. I missed something. I want to read it. You're 5'7"? Okay, maybe I'm thinking about you, Amber. Oh, here we go. Fun fact, without the natural curvature of the spine, it would collapse under the weight of the ribcage alone. That is actually extremely interesting. Oh, Jessica, you are so welcome. Jessica says, thank you for introducing me to Dungeon Crawler Carl. I listened to the first book in 2 days and bought more credits to keep listening. Thank you. Yeah, you are in for a ride, and I am jealous that you get to experience it for the first time. I am. Yes. Yes, my hardcovers have started arriving. I might go get them at some point during today's stream, but only 2 of them are here so far, and they're only books... I think I've got book 4 and 5 out there. The supplier is having a hard time getting stock of all of them, so they're just sort of trickling in. But I think book 3 is arriving on Monday. And they're wonderful. Oh my goodness. They're so lovely. Life-size Beedrill? Oh. It's an interesting choice, but I respect it. That might be in enough to start that neck ruffle. So we'll go 15 stitches around to lay a foundation and then we'll swap to our white. Six, 7. We can afford to take our time a little bit with this main base piece because he doesn't have a lot of complexities to him. And so like we're 45 minutes in, we're allowed to take our time a little bit here. And once he's all done and dusted, I reckon we'll get him done comfortably within the 2-hour time frame, which is nice. Bob Peters' Gyarados is 6.5 meters. Yeah, okay, so I was a little off the mark there. I reckon it's Charizard I was thinking of, because Charizard is not as tall as people think he is. Yeah, front post stitches to attach the ruffle, that's the plan. That's why I have laid a foundation, which is just an extra row of stitches that make this head kind of look a little too long. And that's because when you front post stitch, you kind of eat the row that it's built on top of. And so I'm just giving myself the room to eat the row. Now this white does feel plusher. Okay. Does feel plusher than the yellow I'm using. Visibly thicker too. Not by much. I think that they'll still work together. It's just something I am trying to stay aware of. We'll frog that stitch. And I would not normally advocate for mixing brands of yarn, even if they do say that they're the same size, just because there is still variation there. But in this particular case, it's not going to make it's not going to have a huge impact on it because the white piece is being built directly into the yellow piece. If there were pieces that had to like fit over the top of one another or be sewn on, or you know what I mean, like fit together, kind of like, you know, some of my dragons have like those overlay pieces. It's absolutely crucial that you make them all with yarns that actually fit together, and the easiest way to have yarns that fit together is to use all the same brand. Something I used to talk about, but I don't think I've said for a while. Lucario is about 4 feet. Yeah, that makes sense. I think they've done life-sized stuffies of, I think it's Lucario, some of the evolutions, or at least one of the evolutions, and I think Gardevoir? Like actual official like Pokemon Center ones. Or at least I assume that they were official. I've seen them online. The 16th century ruffled collar. Yeah, he could totally be Shakespeare. Oh, actually, we should actually probably look up what we named Drowsy, right? That might have some bearing on this. Oh my goodness, we've made so many of them now that I can't even just filter for the ones that we've made because it's all of them. We've made all of them. We named Drowsy Snorkel. Okay, so Drowsy's name is Snorkel. Do with that information what you will. That's such a cute name. Why does he have 3 toes? Oh, yeah, no, it's so weird when they give him like 4 fingers and an opposable thumb, but then 3 toes. And you know what it is? It's because toes are their favorite snack. And he bit them off the others. So they're all biting each other's toes off. Ugh. They make a giant beanbag plush called Snorlax. They also make this interesting little sleep thing of Gengar, right? Where it's like this. It's like Mega Gengar with the mouth open version, right? And its tongue comes out. Bleh, and you're meant to like sleep on the tongue with like, this is a big soft squishy pillow type thing up here. I don't think it has hands, but I'm giving mine hands. And he's happy. It's a happy face. I don't know how to make him look happy with his mouth open like that. But yeah, this is a big plush tongue, and you like sleep comfortably. And the whole thing has like massive put baby in pelican mouth meme vibes, right? Has pelican mouth good place for baby? Okay, so that is the start of our neck ruffle. And we need to flare out the ruffle. It needs to be a little bit more present. So let's go with 5 repeats of a single crochet and then an increase 3. That only uses 10 stitches and then a single crochet. That's better. And that should get us up to 25 stitches around, I believe, if I math the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 25. That makes sense. Because we don't want to spend hours and hours and hours gently flaring a neck ruffle. We just kind of want it to get the job done. There we go. Happy time zone, Kitticus Rex. CK, please do not make us think of Hypno doing things with toes. I've been on the internet too long and seen too much for that. Yeah, that's why I have Mr. Bones do my reference image searches for me. I just don't need to be up here reacting to what I'm looking at and not being able to show it to you guys. What light through yonder window breaks? 'Tis hypno startles me awake. The theme for today is please pick a yellow one, which you guys have done. So that's it. The theme might seem a little half buttered, but yeah, we just really need to pick off some of the unappealing yellow ones. So that's the theme for today. Googling Pokemon can be dicey because often the really creepy stuff, you don't even have to scroll to see it anymore. It's just out there. It's not even embarrassed of itself anymore. Not that it necessarily should be. Like, we're not out here being... It's creepy. It's creepy to encounter sometimes. You know, like out of context, in context. I don't know. I'm going to stop talking about this. To each their own. Yeah, mission accomplished. Exactly. You got, like, I did not make all of the options yellow. In fact, that is funny if you saw the original vote. But, here we go. Hey, J of all trades, you should know better than to ask me if a Pokemon is included or not. If we haven't made it, there is a chance that it's included, but I'm not going to confirm or deny any of them while the votes are still active. We're not done here yet. Yeah, it's a time and place kind of thing, not a judgment sort of thing. It's just like, yeah, I just don't need... Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Okay, I don't think he has much more neck ruff than this. So I think if I'm going to do some picots to like ruffle it up, we're going to do some picots to ruffle it up. I think that's where we're at. I don't think he needs one every single stitch. So we might just do a repeat of single crochet, picot, single crochet. And we'll repeat that 12 times and then just finish with an extra single crochet at the back where it's not going to be super obvious. I've got to say, picots add just a lot of work to something like this. It's just so many extra stitches, particularly as like, if you think working with black yarn is difficult, it's actually way harder under lights like this, for me anyway, to be working white on white because they're the same shade and they're both being lit the same level of brightness. And so like working on black yarn is actually way easier in this situation, in my opinion. If I was working up here, it'd be different. Rough him up. We're roughing him up. Don't you fear that? Just call him, was it Mercutio? He's going to get all roughed up. Don't you worry about it. Have we answered the elephant in the room? Where was this week's video? I didn't know it was the day of the week without CK Spurhiller. It says Echidicus Rex. I did talk about that at the start of the video. And I also actually let everyone on the Discord know what was... just that the video wasn't going to be on time. So the Discord is the best place to get like that up-to-date information. But yeah, no, it was just straight up didn't get done. Those are big, they're big videos, and I am someone who bites off more than I can chew. And I am a team of one when it comes to producing videos. Mr. Bones is extremely helpful when it comes to these streams. He's here helping and making little chums for stuff, and just like he's very helpful in that regard. But like the videos is army of one, and I just could not get it done. And I would have originally, like there is a time and place, there is a timeline out there where I would have beaten myself up for that, but I'm trying to outgrow that mentality a little bit, because the fact of the matter is that like I am someone who bites off more than they can chew, because I love big interesting challenges way more than I like the same consistent little things. And so I'm going to follow what's interesting to me. But realistically, to do that and have a weekly format, I would need to have a team. And I'm not interested in being a boss. Not interested in being a manager. Not interested in having to shoulder the burden of somebody else's livelihood. There's too much stress involved with that for me. And so, like, yeah, it just means that every so often a video is gonna not be where it should be, and I'm gonna try and not be upset about it. Well, thank you very much, Nikki. I do my best. This one here is going to be a corker. In fact, this series just keeps getting longer. I used to be able to sit down and film the gameplay for an episode in like 1 to 2 hours, and these days with some of the stuff that game is doing, it's taking more like 4 to 6 hours, which is then 3 times the amount of footage to go through. And it threw out just a whole bunch of really complicated Pokemon for this particular one, which means they all took longer to make than they normally would, and there wasn't any like gentle beach balls to help like me catch back up. And it was just like, I could plan for that by starting earlier, but that's not really realistic with my schedule the way it is. So like it just ate up what would have normally been an adequate amount of time to do it in. So yeah, there's no elephant in the room, no pachyderm in the parlour, as it were. You want to call him Snordini? You have 2 years worth of videos on your computer that you meant to edit, so I can't fault you for 1 week. Yeah, I try not to I don't tend to skip more than 1 week at a time, but yeah. There we go. So he's going to be like a little extra spiky compared to the actual one, I think. But I think that's enough of a neck ruffle. And then when he has a body, we might tilt it downwards a little bit, depending on the pose we put him in. But I think that's good. So now I'm going to like it back on in. And I'm going to do that just by mirroring the increase row, but putting decreases where the increases were. Hi, honey.
Hey, beautiful.
You okay?
I was going to make a suggestion, but it's a bad one. Because it's the worst kind of suggestion you can get, because it's a suggestion for something you've already done.
Oh.
I was thinking, what if you went hyperbolic with the ruffle?
Oh, I'm not frogging it.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Moving on. Mwah.
Mwah.
See, worst kind of suggestion.
It's not an ideal form of suggestion.
No.
Oh, I hate Picos. They're making this impossible. What am I going to do instead? I'm going to change how I decrease. And instead, I'm just going to work 12 decreases with a single crochet left at the end, which will take us from 25 down to 13, which might be a little aggressive, but we'll just see how it works. Oh, Night Nibble Drake, thanks for hanging out. I think the Keith thing is just an absurdist humor type of thing. I don't think we're making fun of Keith from the Try Guys, which is my most literal connection. So there we go. It's way easier if I just do a decrease for each one of them, because then I don't have to work out what's a stitch and what's not. I just have to make sure I decrease it underneath every single picot, which is just easier. I could have gone back and marked all my stitches or whatever, but I think this will get the job done, and if it doesn't, I will cross that bridge when we get to it. Speaking of which, Hypno totally looks like something that would live under a bridge. Discuss. Now, I could have stopped to check by now to see if it would work, but I'm determined. I want it to work. So I'm just trying to ignore the fact that there's potential here that it didn't. Besides, maybe I'm trusting the process. Maybe it's not that I'm just super stubborn. flatten them out. Blop, blop. I think that'll work. I think it's a creepy neck ruff for a creepy dude. It kind of looks fingery. It kind of looks octopus-ish. Wire Bridge, is he a troll? Maybe. Yeah, solve this riddle to pass type of vibe, and otherwise I'm gonna eat your face skin. Like, there's a vague threateningness to him. But to be fair, I always said that about Mr. Mime, but then we made him and I liked him. So he's, like, Humpty has very gentle energy. This guy's already feeling kind of threatening. Not the best. So we have 13 stitches in our round, which is funny because this is 15 around, where you can see the yellow there, and yet this looks bigger. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so I'm going to start with the decrease just to get us back to 12. We're going to change back to our yellow. Decrease to get us to 12, and we'll do 11 single crochet around, and we'll just see what the status quo is, where the body is sitting. And all that jazz. We'll reattach our little yellow thread now. Yep, and around we go. Just to get a feel for it. Let's see what we're working with here. 1, 2, 3. Keith is just amusingly boring human as a hypno name. Yeah, Keith. That said, I love it when animals have just, like, people names. Like, dog's named John. You know what I mean? Stephen the cat. The trick is to imagine him being 6'2". Oh, God. Mr. Bones, no! I'm not reading that aloud, and you should ban yourself. Oh. Nobody read Mr. Bones' comment. In fact, I'm going to remove it. I'm getting rid of that comment. I don't know how. Oh well, just nobody read Mr. Bones' comment for their own safety. Ugh. Okay, about 12 stitches around. I'm going to work 12 stitches again, I guess. Two, 3, 4. I hear the oven going, so I'm gonna guess that Mr. Bones might be going back for more sausage rolls. Mr. Bands needs to bring the band hammer down on himself. Yeah. Okay, alright, that's working. I do think we need to, like, grow outwards a little bit. The face was 18 or 22 around at its widest point. So I think bringing the body out to 15 will just help balance it a little bit more. So I will do 3 repeats of 3 single crochet and an increase. 15. Mr. Bones is in the throes of some bad decisions, and that's okay. That's fine. I'm not taking responsibility for his actions, though. I mean, I'm playing it up a little bit, Angry Bear. If I was actually not okay with that comment, he would remove it. I keep threatening to get a cat and name it after your best friend and refer to them as cat and human cat, or name and human name. I actually love that. What's really important about that though is that like you need to instantiate that the cat existed before the human, and that therefore it's not Stephen and Cat Stephen. Wow, that was a weird one to pick. But it's Stephen and human Stephen. Because whoever got there first is the namesake. I suppose you could argue that the one you spend the more time around should be the higher priority name. So, like, after a year of having the cat, you could probably swap it to human Stephen. Alright, cool. I think now we just do 15 single crochets until I'm happy with the size of the body. Which I'm thinking is going to be like 4 or 5 rows. Need enough room to attach a bunch of arms and a bunch of legs. So I am free to just stitch around. Now it'll be right out of the gate. Stephen and human Stephen. The bestie will understand. Excellent. Do it. When you were a kid, your grandma had Sophie, her dog, and human Sophie, your cousin. There's something so like gently passive aggressive about it. That is very amusing from an outside perspective. Well, see, with Amy Liz, for you, it could be like someone could get a pet lizard and then you could have Amy Liz and Liz Amy. You got misnamed Amy, then a person who is Amy started coming around, so it was Amy and real Amy. Oh, wow. Thank you, Jack. You're welcome. Not you, we named the monkey Jack. Yeah. Exactly. They really started something there. Okay, and also just the implications of real Amy and Amy, right? The implications is that the one who isn't real Amy isn't real. And I don't know, I object to that. You seem very real. Important context, human Sophie was 16 when Grandma got Sophie and found it hilarious. Oh, I mean, I had a dog named Sam, and I also had a friend named Sam, but it wasn't an issue. There was no crossover between the two. Though, that could be just my perspective on this. I wonder how Sam felt. I never really asked her. One more row. I will say this yarn does work up quite nicely. It's just definitely thinner than my normal stuff. It's just going to mean a few more gaps between the stitches, so I'm going to have to be a little bit more careful with my stuffing. Don't move the bobby pin until you've counted the rows. Don't move the bobby pin until you've counted the rows. Don't move the bobby pin until you've counted the rows. That is 4 rows. Real name Amy versus we just call you Amy. Oh, maybe. I feel like there's a whole other alternate conversation that I'm missing here regarding the sausage rolls. How many rows do I need to write down? I wrote them down. It's 4. Thank you, though. Now I can safely remove the bobby pin. This is our little dude so far. Wah, see? Wah. I think that's his face. Drift is like slowly carried the ends of our rows the whole way around, but like I'm pretty sure that's the face. When I look at it from the side, you can see what I was talking about with that spine and the schluppen of the face. So we have 15 stitches around, so I'm just going to stick with the base 5 thing, and we'll do 5 repeats of a single crochet and a decrease, and then 5 decreases, and we'll finish off. I have not attached eyes on purpose, because Hypno has very, very little eyes, and so I think they'll be better suited to being stitched on. What's up, my love?
Oh, sorry, I'm doing a non-streaming related thing.
Do you need me to turn the mic off?
No.
What you doing?
Looking for Machamp.
Oh, he's probably in the giant bag behind me.
Ah, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was curious about his size for D&D on when it happens. Because you know how
He's this big.
Because I'm going to be doubling in size, I think he might be perfect to use as my model.
Well, to be fair, if he's not, we also have Machamp who's slightly smaller and Machop who's smaller again.
I was also looking at Rhyhorn. Or Rhydon.
That's right on.
Yeah, Rhydon. He could probably work.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a little bit more nervous about letting you take Pokemon out of the house than the normal ones, just because I'm still using the Pokemon for photo purposes and
I
stuff.
would be very careful with them, and I would put them in a box.
Oh no,
if you're
I'm
not comfortable with that, I would understand your decisions, and I would not do so.
I would trust you with them, of course.
Yeah.
It's just at the same time I would be taking responsibility if anything happened to them.
I understand that you would trust me with them, but also, nevertheless, despite your trust, you may feel nervous about that, and I do not want to impose nervousness upon you.
It's more that I just don't need to make 4 more arms if something happens to Machamp while he's out in the real world.
I could also just use a coffee jar instead. Dunk.
Behold a man. Sorry, little Dionysus. Alrighty, let's make some arms, I think, next. Bit of magic ring 6. I do think the arms will have to be at least, if not 12, 9 around. I think 9 around is good. I'm just literally writing the pattern down in theory, and then we'll adjust it as we need to. We'll do 9 single crochet, and then we'll do the thumb as either a treble or a double treble. I'm going to write it as a treble because you can easily turn TR into DTR way more easily and neatly than you can change DTR into TR. This is me just describing how writing works at this point. And we'll do 8 single crochet. Then we'll just do a whole bunch of 9 single crochet until we are happy with the length of the arm. We used to have Big Ben and Lil Ben, which you always found hilarious. I was actually a little nickname growing up because my older brother had a nickname and his group of friends referred to me as Little, my brother's nickname, which is, I was fine with it. Hi, I love Clodsire. Welcome. Oh, bye, Nikki. Thanks for hanging out. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. So that's the very tippy tips of the fingers. I'm just growing it slightly. It was all the more funny, that nickname structure, purely because I have an older sister and a younger sister. Neither of them got the same treatment. I don't think, anyway. Maybe I just wasn't there for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool, so that's 9 around. We'll do our 9 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. One more row of that, I think. Six, 7, 8, 9. 7 people in the D&D group and only 4 have different names. Yeah, that's because of a phenomena that I have encountered everywhere I go in life, and that is the phenomena of Josh. All right? I swear, it's to the point now where if I meet a person, I'm going to assume their name is Josh by default until proven otherwise. That is how many I meet in my life. Like, every time I start a new job, there'll be 3 or 4 Joshes in the mix. Every time I meet some new people, there is a pretty good chance the name is Josh. Anytime anybody else meets a new person and tells me about that person, there's a pretty good chance their name is Josh. Your sister gave you the oh-so-loving nickname of Ivan the Terrible. I would have preferred a little nickname. Instead, I was brat to your brothers. Oh, I'm sorry.
So you meet a random person on the street and you say, "Hi, Josh," and they look at you very confused.
Yeah.
Either because their name is Josh or because it isn't.
If it's one of those, like, choose their name to win $1 million, Josh. It's gonna be Josh. It's always Josh. Though I don't know anybody who's playing that game. But if they are, their name is Josh. Okay, so that's the treble. I think something is proportionally very wrong with this hand right now. And I don't think it's a trust the process thing. I think it's a scale thing. I think we've made the hand... Yeah, fold it over. It's maybe not quite as bad. I do think I need to go back and make the thumb bigger. I actually think I'm going to skip double treble and go straight up to treble treble. We must be a Team Rocket member. Prepare for double. Prepare for treble and make it treble treble. 1, 2, 3. 4 is treble treble. Okay, I think that looks appropriately fist-like. Choosing my words. You know of many Jeffreys? Nope. Nope, it's Josh. I'm sorry. They're all Josh. It's interesting to know that the phenomena is occurring to a lot of you, but it's all with different names. Because, like, for me, I'm in, like, this circle of Joshes, this ever-growing hurricane of Joshuas. But it sounds like some of you it's Mike, some of you it's Patrick. It seems like some of you have some Jeffrey issues. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, okay. We're going with this. It's not perfect, but it's ours. And I'm actually going to shrink the wrist, I think, a little bit. I was going to do the whole arm as 9 around, but I think we're going to go down to 7. So in order to do that, okay, so the treble treble was at the start of the row, and then I'll go 3 single crochet, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll decrease. 6, and then 3 single crochet back to the start. So it brings us down to 8, and then I'm going to decrease across the base of the thumb as well. And that should get the whole row itself down to 7, where I just think it'll be a better ratio. There were 4 Ashleys in your graduating class. There were 8 sets of twins in my year in high school. Which is not relevant, but also just, I think, really interesting. What was in the water? But I feel like we're seeing like name trends go around as well. Like I knew a couple of Emmas growing up. My actual name isn't CK, obviously. My actual name is Kylie, and I feel like that was a less common name back when it was given to me, but I feel like it's probably more out there now because there's been a few famous Kylies out there. That said, don't refer to me as that, please. I prefer CK online. You'll say this: in the US Navy, you've had to deal with the fact that there were over 70 people active with your exact name. Without actually doxing yourself, your name must be something like John Smith. Like, what? Your wife's and your name are exactly 1 letter apart, and boy, do people get confused. Yeah, that sounds confusing. My goodness. We had to go by a nickname or by a last name, yeah. Okay, diet name is way more funny. Way more funny than real... Well, no, actually, you know what? Name and real name is very funny in its own right. I think it's a context-dependent thing, but calling somebody just, like, diet name, that's funny. Nora and Norma. I see. Now, was that my first row of 7? Hold on one second while I work out if that was a decrease or a single crochet. I think that was my first row of 7. I think we're good. I always make sure that my written notes are up to date with where my bobby pin currently is. So even though I've done a row of 7 now, I'll only be counting the number of rows I do after the bobby pin, because up to the bobby pin is already written down. Because otherwise I'll be stuck here remembering that I've already done a row, and so I have to +1 to the bobby pin, and that's just like, ain't nobody got time for using our memories. You're lucky you had a unique mash of 2 names, but everyone mispronounced it, which is a pet peeve. Oh, I'm sorry, Jay. Your dad and you are 1 letter apart. We are constantly were opening each other's mail when you lived at home. Yeah, my mum had a similar thing. She was named after her dad, and she was like the feminized version of the name. So think like John versus Joan. That's not the actual example. I'm not going to tell you my mother's name here on the internet, even though I'm sure you're all a lovely bunch of trustworthy gremlins. But yeah, no, she had that issue a little bit, where the nickname she preferred was my granddad's name. So a name you can't find in a souvenir shop. You know, that used to be my experience, but then my name got popularized. So Purple Dolphin Studios. Jury duty notices were awkward at your old house because your dad and you had the same first, middle, and last name. So if we got a summons, you would ask which birth date they were looking for. Just like, hi, were you after, like... Well, I suppose they used to solve this problem by adding, like, senior or junior to the end of one of the names, but that's a whole other thing. It's just like, hi, are you expecting, like, an old person, or a youngish person, or a youth, you know? Kept trying to come up with nicknames for Joseph. No one told him. Oh, I'm sorry. In French Canada, it's traditional to name your kid Joseph or Marie, middle name, given name, family name. But no one told your dad CO in the army. He just thought all these guys were named Joseph. Oh! that is additional context. That's actually really funny. Oh. Plus, it must have felt good. You know, the reason no one told him is just it must have felt good to have something over the CO. Something that wasn't too, like, get you in trouble rebellious. Okay. I think this arm has reached a suitable length. I don't think we want him to have armies that are too vast. One more row. And I'm not stuffing the arms. At this point anyway. I might add a little bit of stuffing later after I've stitched the hand into proper position, because it's looking a little floppy now, but once it's stitched into proper clenched fist position, there's certain, like, I tend to speak kind of frivolously and I'm trying really hard to avoid certain phrasing here at the moment, because we still do phrasing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, see, I always liked the name Frederick because I feel like there was just, like, endless nicknames that come from the name Frederick, and I just think Frederick is also just a really cool name. Because, like, you could be Fred, you could be Freddie, you could be Derek, you could be Eric, you could be Durr, you could be Rick, you could be Ick. You know, it's just, like, lots and lots of names. Eddie, Ed, Freddie, Fred. It's one of those names that has, like, built-in customization. And I approve of that. Let's just tuck that all the way up there. Like I said, he's gonna look weird, right? This is one of those ones that's gonna come together. It's like the potato that we're currently working on is Nidoran. Oh, sorry, Nidorino. He's gonna come together. Don't you worry about that. It's just, it's gonna take him a second, and I'm just gonna pin this hand into position. And now it just looks like he's holding a knife. And that goes there. Oh, I need to find some black pins. Let's give him a face. Yeah. There is a black pin. Where's my other tortoise? The pins have gotten redistributed. Oh, we have no black pins in this one either. Okay, he has one black eye and one blue eye. And I will work out what's happened to the rest of my black pins later. Don't fear. Ditto here. Okay. We could do ears and nose next, maybe? I feel like the ears and nose are going to be basically the same pace. You've only met one other Emily? I've met a couple of those. so that's 5 around. No idea yet if I'm making the nose or the ears. We're just going to see what shape this looks like when I've done it. I'm going to make just like a vaguely pointy piece and assign it accordingly. You know what? I think I'm making the ear. Don't fear, she says, creating the most cursed creatures so far. Yeah. Sorry, sometimes I cannot stop my own feelings about a Pokemon from manifesting through the thread. And in this case, he's coming through. Loud and clear. Two. 5. And then I think we'll do another increase. So these ears are cone shaped. They do have kind of a wide base to them. They do reach most of the way across the head. We are over 7, so we're up to 7 stitches around at the base at the moment. They go on this way. I think one more row will get us there. I'm not making him any more endearing. I don't think I'm trying to. Somewhere along the lines, that's sort of become a thing here, but it's never been part of the original intention. We do not promise to make them more endearing. It's just a lot of them end up a little bit more endearing. I don't think that's going to be a problem here today. Hi.
Hey, pretty lady.
Hi.
I'm gonna make a humble request.
Oh no.
Since we have to live with him, can
We
make
do.
him slightly less terrifying and evil?
I mean, he'll have real eyes.
That doesn't make me feel any better. It's like,
And he
I
won't
don't
have a
know.
weapon.
He won't have a weapon.
No, the weapon is just a temporary thing.
You'll just have to find one with his real eyes.
I'm going to sew his hands shut.
Who are we stealing the eyes from?
Well, I mean, he's going to be in the bag.
Also, sewing his hands shut doesn't help.
I know.
We have quick unpicks in the house. It's just he's going to unsew his hands and he has a reason to be angry.
He's just dragging himself along.
It's like, oh no, it's okay. He's 3 laws compliant because there's never been a robot apocalypse in literature ever.
He's not a
How could that
robot.
possibly go wrong?
Beep, not a
So
robot.
his hands shut. See, we're perfectly safe.
Wait, what's happened? Unrelated to names, you're donating plasma on Tuesday and you're simultaneously excited because I'm finally healthy enough to give plasma for the first time ever, and terrified. Oh, well, I mean, I feel like that's a congratulations type of scenario. Good job. They always need more plasma. I don't even know what blood type I am. I don't think I'm eligible to give, but no, that's a good thing that you're doing. And I would just like to state for the record that courage is not the absence of fear. It is acting in spite of it. I'm probably paraphrasing a bunch of people there, but I do believe this. It's the funny thing about being brave is that it feels an awful lot like being scared as all heck. So you are not letting that stop you, and I appreciate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just making a second ear at the moment. Hypno will be in your nightmares. Yeah, it's like sometimes we make little cutie pies, and sometimes I just like put new sleep paralysis demons out into the world. That's just what That's just what's happening. He's little. He could fit under most beds. Sorry guys, it was completely unintentional for today's stream to be slightly more like horror themed. But Yeah. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. I would have labeled it from the outset if I knew it was going to happen. But sometimes we end up in strange spaces. Sometimes we're occupied. Like, we've been putting off making Hypno for a reason, right? We'll make him once, and then he'll be my problem to deal with. He won't be able to hurt any of y'all because I'll keep him supervised. So wait, the drowsy line is going to be snorkel and then sleep paralysis? That escalated so quickly. Hey, devil in the details. First of all, it's not a small thing, and congratulations on reaching health goals that has allowed you to do this. But I just want to correct something here. Donating plasma is not a small thing. Donating plasma is going to literally save somebody's life. They don't just give blood to healthy people. They don't, and yeah. So it's not a small thing that you are doing. It is a very good thing that you are doing, and you should feel good about it. Okay. He has ears, and he's fancy. He needs a nose now, though. Yeah, little milestones do matter. I agree. Not to trivialize the magnitude of what we're talking about here, but yesterday, through some conversation with Mr. Bones, it was decided that I should be able to do a push-up even though I know I cannot. And so my milestone at the moment is trying to get to the point where I can do a push-up. And so we were doing incline-based ones yesterday, and so I can lift my arms to about here. There's a reason that I'm not a flailing Kermit the Frog today. My arms go this high. And they are doing their best, and thankfully most of my work can be done down here. So yeah, my milestone will be next week. I'm hoping to come back and be like, guys, I did one on an inclined plane with an assist, but it was done. Ooh, Creepy Crafts by YouTuber Peculiar Ashley. I've not heard of her, but I will check them out. My creatures tend to skew a little more cute, but a big part of that I do think is, I don't know if I'm actually limited or if I've allowed myself to feel limited by how squishy and adorable crochet kind of becomes naturally. It's really hard to fight the squishy adorableness. So a lot of my stuff tends to be quite cute and cartoony. Whereas I'm not sure that's necessarily the style I would go with if I was just I'm going to change this sentence for a second here. Hold on. It is a huge relief to swap back to pencil sketching after working crochet, because crochet is it takes such a long time to make the thing in your brain. Whereas with a pencil, you just pick it up and you just slap it down on the page, and you have so much more flexibility with proportion and that sort of thing. There is a challenge to translating it into crochet, but and I've been playing with that more and more. Sorry, I'm just serving you a bunch of sentence fragments, and you guys can work out how to puzzle what I'm trying to say together. But with the recent raccoons and ferrets and stuff, I'm trying to push more. Don't get me wrong, they're adorable, but I'm trying to push more into a more refined place because it more closely matches what I have in my head. And I'd like to have a more visual brand rather than just cute and adorable is cute and adorable, right? I don't mind that, but it's just I've done it. I kind of want to try and push myself a little harder. So the US military does not require that women do a full push-up from your toes. My rule is that from the knees is good enough. No, I want to do it. If I'm doing something, I'm going to do it. It's just like, it's kind of like, that's the attitude that has gotten me, not gotten me everything in life, but you know what I mean? It's just like, it seems to be like one of my lines of base code is if I'm doing something, I'm doing something. So like, I'm not saying I'm going to be back here next week doing a full push-up. It's just like, I'm going to get there though. It might just take me a little bit. You don't have to deal with real weight distribution in sketches for one. Yeah, and you can do like little stringy limbs as well. Like you can... Yeah, I don't even know what I'm drawing, but we'll find out together. It's kind of a crab frog. You can actually have depth and layers, and I'm apparently in a horror mood today because Crab Frog the monster. Like, it's just like, you can do things with it, with that, whereas like, I could make those pieces, but it's not going to come out with any kind of like evil intent. It's going to just like come out like a cute little squishy frog creature. It's just, this is how it works. I need to write this down before I forget it. I am absolutely like out on a limb here with this nose. I think I did 2 single crochet. I might have only been 1 and then an increase. I'm actually going to have to frog it. That never happens. Normally I can piece it together. We're making a nose, everybody. Just in case that's gotten lost in translation. Oh, Night Confused Paladin, thank you for joining. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for wishing me luck as well. We're doing our best. Mr. Crab Frog looks like he got hit by a car. Well, that's the only way you can kill a crab frog. Everything has its weakness. His is just automobiles. Oh my goodness, some of the stuff I say is just nonsensical. Wop. How much more of a... No, I think we can go straight now. Six, and we'll go around again. What we did in boot was 100 push-ups a day, but spread out. Maybe you do 25 before breakfast, 50 around lunch. Yeah, I'm going to be happy with getting to 1. It's one of those things where I also make the mistake of trying to like 100% things straight away, which is a surefire way to lead to being kind of disappointed sometimes. But I did one of those squat challenges at one point. At one point I was doing like 200 squats a day, and I tell you what, even broken up throughout the day, that is a time commitment. And that was also like 12 years ago. That said, I still have the ability to do them squats. I do, just not that many in one go. I reckon I could get back there faster than this whole push-up thing though. I think that was 2 rows of 6. And then we'll finish off. This is a very approximate piece, but in theory, it is what I have written down. Turning my cutest pattern scary? Maybe. Maybe. Low-key thinking about, like, one year I changed my schedule for August and September to be only uploading every 2 weeks. And I'm low-key thinking about doing something like that again. Just it's one of those, like, I'm not sick but I'm not well type of things. It's just like, I think I could use a little bit of spacey, timey stuff. So I'm just considering doing that over August and September again, but that would lead to an absolute corker of October. Speaking of corkers, look at this nose. Is he still scary? Children? Is he do you still fear him? Legs. He just needs legs and then we're good. Current name list is Heinz, Pip, Pendulum, Colonel, sorry, I didn't mean to shout, Colonel Mustard, Keith, and Snordini. Now, if I am not mistaken, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 5 names. We need to get that down to 4, so you need to actually fight for the name that you actually like there. Because otherwise, I'm gonna go rogue with it. We have to live with him. We will not be named sleep paralysis. Yeah, no, I already have a sleep paralysis demon. I don't need another one. He looks like your grandmother. I don't know where to go with that sentence. I don't think I have a right to make any comment to that. Okay, we're making feet. I'm working from the sole of the foot. So I'm just going to do a little magic ring of 6. We'll load some increases on one side. We'll do a row of single crochet and then we'll decrease on that same side, which will give us foot shape. Yeah, cool, that was on camera. You don't understand the names, so... Okay, well, let me have a look at the name list and I'll see if I can describe what's going on here. Alright, so Heinz, I think that's a Doofenshmirtz reference because of the nose. Pip Pendulum, I have no idea. Colonel Mustard is a character from Clue, and it's a yellow reference. And also he's prone to murdering people in libraries, and so I think that's kind of become a crowd favourite. Keith is the absurdist humour of it, because Keith is a very people name, and this is a very people Pokemon. 6. And Snordini, I think, is a Houdini reference, and it's referencing the fact that he puts Pokemon to sleep, and people to sleep. So, there we go. That's everybody all caught up on the names. So, you can also just pick the one you like the sound of the best. Two, 3. 4, 5, and 6. Now, is that enough foot? He doesn't have very big feet, honestly. But I'm worried that might look too small. No, you know what? He doesn't have big feet. Ever seen that cat with a slice of cheese stuck on its face? That's the... I don't know that word. Preferred hunting style. CK, could I make a short for the off weeks and then have it start with a hello, it's Thursday, and then include anything else you want? Because I love hearing that little greeting every week. Oh, well, I mean, I appreciate you, Makona Barb. I do. I'll tell you what, I can hit you with, like, one right now to tide you over until next week. So, hello, it's Thursday. But it's not Thursday, it's Sunday right now. So it's a hello, it's Sunday?
That word was squawk.
Squawk? Ah, oh.
You know when the cat gets the cheese, it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a squawk. It's just thunk onto your face.
Why? What's the context behind this conversation?
We're talking about making cute things into horrifying things.
Okay.
So someone was like a horrifying squawk.
Oh.
And so my idea was it's a squawk on one side, but on the other side it looks like cement. So it can hide in its preferred hunting habitat.
Okay. Okay, but like, I have so many ideas.
And then like, thunk on your face and it's too late.
Because like, it could also just be like...
Saber-toothed tiger teeth?
No, I'm drawing a cute little raccoon at the moment. Right? Except the cute little raccoon's whole head opens up.
Yeah.
Into rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of teeth. Except, to some people, I think I might just be drawing a raccoon. And then maybe its limbs open up too. So these are his limbs. It's like there's another mouth here. Second mouth in the armpit. And a third mouth in the other side. Ta-da!
Are we doing a mimic raccoon?
Yes. And then he's got his little back feet, which are just regular feet. And that's just to keep you guessing, because it's important. And then, like, maybe Stitches wants to play. And his tail... I don't know what's happening. His tail also has a sneaky little mouth. Just in case. That's for snacking.
This is what happens if a raccoon gets into my teeth collection.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a reason I also stick to cute things. It's because I'm better at them.
I mean, look, I was asleep briefly. I woke up at the right time.
This is not my fault. They did this to me. I have lost count completely of where I am here. Are those increases or not? I don't know. This yarn is slightly thinner, so it's harder to tell. Okay, I think that was an increase, and so I think that was a single crochet, and I think that means I'm finished the row. You don't hate it, you love it. Yeah. Raccoon with lots of bonus mouths. I think a big part of the reason why I struggle to make anything other than cute creatures as well, though, if I'm real for a second here, it's not just the limitations of the craft, or the limitations I impose upon myself with the craft. It's that I feel like so much of horror is the lore behind it and the psychological aspect of it. Like, this thing is just straight goofy if you just see it on a shelf. But, like, horror is so much more about what you don't see than what you do see. Like, I'm a big fan of monster films, but as soon as you see the monster on screen, they just become comedies. They just are. So you can appreciate them as comedies, but like once you've seen the monster, it's no longer a frightening thing. It's scarier before you see it. And I think that that's interesting. I think that's interesting. Oh. Bye, Gem Jewel. Thank you for hanging out. If you enjoyed Poppy Playtime, you should look up Stupendium's song about that game, because it's real catchy. Now I'm not sure if I know what a raccoon is. I do. It's that, but with fewer teeth. It's just, no, it's like, sorry, my comment about some people will just think I'm drawing a regular raccoon, it's just because you know how like if you can like an animal, but then you find out something about the way that animal behaves in the world, and it, like, you impose a human sense of moral justice onto it and it becomes less of a good animal. I don't want to ruin raccoons for anybody, but I found out some stuff about raccoons, and so now they are closer to this in my brain, but I still like them. This is the tiniest little dainty foot I have ever made for anybody. So that was 6 stitches around. And now I'm going to put a bobby pin in, and we're just going to work up the rest of the leg, and we're good. How are we doing for time? Oh, I got 4 minutes to make as many rows for this as I can. So wait, no, if I do 6s, then the arms will be... The arms aren't that much. The arms were 7s. We'll see how creepy this looks. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Eight. Yeah, I know you guys don't like bush-tail possums, but that's the difference between like a creature that's a pest creature and a creature that's not. Because we love our bushy-tail possums over here. They're basically tree cats. Not that you want cats outside around here. I have nothing against anybody's pet cats, but cats should be indoor pets. That's all. My youngest is obsessed with puppies. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Angry Bear. So you find out some stuff about otters and raccoons, and like, you can still appreciate them as cute things if you like suppress the stuff you now know. Okay, this is not the length of the actual leg. His legs will be longer. I'm just checking to make sure they don't look goofy with the thickness of the arms. And you know what? I think we're going to get away with it. There's only like 1 stitch difference, which can make a difference at this scale, but I think it's going to be okay. Oh, you're just in a twirly mood, are you, buddy? How did you get this tangled up? There we go. Oh, I should start the name poll. Let's start the name poll. Did we negotiate? Are we down to 4 names? I'll scroll up, I can find him. I know Colonel Mustard was like a crowd favourite, so I'll just make sure that makes it in there. Oh, that's not a comfortable position for me poor arms. Colonel Mustard. Wait, that's wrong. I started a Q&A instead. Sorry, ignore that. I don't know what that was. Here we go. Colonel Mustard. No Keith? Okay, no, we have to have Keith. I think we got distracted by the toothy raccoon. Yeah, that's probably my fault. Heinz and Snordini. Again, we liked the name Sleep Paralysis, but we have to live with him, and so we don't want to encourage it. There we go. Yeah, Andy, that sucks. And also, it's kind of embarrassing. No, it is embarrassing. But time to bite the stream? No. Bug. No bug bites, please. I need suggestions for a fairly simple animal to crochet. I want to make a thing, but brain no worky. It depends. What is your intention? Is this a thing to make for the enjoyment of making it? Or are you making a thing for other reasons? VR, I don't like the idea of making anyone feel bad for their choices here. And so I am cool if we just like leave this, but cats, oh my goodness, put that back in. Cats do a lot of damage here when they're allowed to roam freely, and also it's not safe for the animal either. These are just my opinions. It does not mean that your opinions are wrong if you disagree with me, just to be very clear. We're cool. Oh, no, everybody needs to lick the stream. Well, there we are. Stringy Ding Ding has apparently got a tiny mouse pattern that can be made in 20 minutes. Making a thing for the joy of making. Okay, cool. Well, I low-key think stay away from my patterns then, because I think they are needlessly difficult. But yeah, we had a suggestion for the mouse thing earlier. It's potentially specific to rural Australia. We have a problem with outdoor cats eating possums and other wildlife, and also in non-rural Australia settings, we have problems with cats getting injured outdoors. It's like, yeah, it's just like, I'm feeling awkward about this subject because I feel strongly about it, but you're allowed to feel strongly about things and not take it out on other people. 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's long enough. Oh wow, yeah, you're creepy. You're a creepy fellow. Moving right along. Back to the subject of too many teeth. Yeah. There is a difference between opossum and possum. namely the Australia of it all. Oh my goodness, he is so upsetting in just every way, shape and form. His legs being slightly too thin on this body that's slightly too long with hands that are slightly too big. It's all adding up to something just not very nice. In any case, don't be surprised if when you see him in his finished form, I've changed what the leg looks like, because I might go back and try more of a crouched position that adds a little bit more bulk to the bottom of it. So yeah, let's close off this name poll. He's very peoply. His leg is wrong. Thank you to everybody who voted. The name is pretty clear. Oh, I didn't even write Hypno at the top of the page. Hypno! His name is Colonel Mustard. Y'all voted. The name is Colonel Mustard. 45% of you voted for that. And then came Snordini at 27%, Keith at 17%, and Hines at 9%. In case you're wondering, I always try and read those out, or I try to remember to read those out for anybody who's just sort of listening to this, or if anything happens to the chat, I want the results of the poll to still be present. So let me just take him and put him away. You just go over there into the unfinished tub where you can be supervised by the Nidorines. Alrighty, let's go back to the choice screen. So you guys have done your job. You picked a yellow. Do not feel obliged to pick another yellow. You're off the hook. As long as we do one per week, we should be fine. So that can absolutely be our yellow for today. That said, you can pick a yellow if you want. Like, I'm just letting you know that the theme for today was please pick a yellow, but like you don't have to pick a yellow now. So I'm going to set up this secondary poll. This is the only other Pokemon we are making today. And, oh, he needs his ring. I'll make sure that I've got, Mr. Bones made him a tiny little ring, which I still have right here. I'm just going to make sure that that stays with him. I'm going to start this poll and then we're going to go on break. Okay, there we go. Just going to bobby pin that to him. Alrighty, starting the poll and going on break. So I'll see you guys soon. Well, yes, I do amuse myself. I'm sorry about that. Let's turn that off. Just to address something, Coletti Spaghetti, you didn't pick badly. There's no such thing. There are no bad choices here. It's just, when the microphone's off, I can have slightly more realistic reactions. And, yeah, anywho, let's close the poll off and just make it official, shall we? Alright, cool. So, thank you to everyone who voted. You guys have picked number 3 with 50% of the vote. Then came number 4 at 29% and 2 at 20%. Who knows where the other 1% is? Hypno might have nicked off with it. So, you guys have picked door number 3, and honestly, it's fine. I'm glad you picked 3 and not 2, but I will not be explaining that, because I will not be revealing what's behind the other 2 doors until the end of the stream. But we will reveal what is behind door number 3, which is your choice that you now have to live with. So you have picked Alakazam. Excuse me. Excuse me. There we go. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, yeah, sorry. Excuse me for 1 second. There we go. Look at him. 2 and 3 were so close you picked random. Yeah, no, it's fine. Either one would have been fine. The key thing here is you aren't making me make both of them, and that's appreciated. Yeah, YouTube took the other 1% for itself, which is refreshing because normally it takes like 55% for itself. Theme today is humanoids with tools, apparently. Spoons! Yes, spoons. Okay, let us reset our screen. So this is our 137th Gen 1 Pokemon. We are really getting up there now. Where is my counter? There it is. Let me adjust you. Oh my goodness, I forgot about some of these sketches. You walk away for 5 minutes and suddenly there's just like sketches when you come back. That arm is looking a little bit feeble. Let's just reinforce that. There we go. He just seems like the sort of creature who'd have a mace. Oh, much better. Yep, okay, and we'll change the sprite as well. So Hypno is gone and done. He's had his moment and we're over it. And we're gonna do Alakazam. There we go. Now I'm just gonna turn the Pokédex on for a second. It's not the most up-to-date Pokédex, but it's not bad. So this is good because this is going to finish column 5. And we actually have our first completed row once I finish the Nidorino potato. But I'm just looking here for a second for where Hypno goes, because I'm curious. Ah, there. Okay, cool. So that's not a finished row yet. All right. Oh, no, wait. No, it's not a finished row yet. He doesn't need a mace. He has 5 mouths. He has 5 mouths to feed. He needs a weapon. Anyway, let's get started on the sketches. I'm just going to filter out again over here. Sorry, I'm just catching up on my paperwork in the middle of stream. Okay, so just as a reminder, we have made Abra before. There he is. And his name is Teleportato. Sorry. Just, that tickled me. Alright, so yeah, we've made Abra before. He is Teleportato, and so we don't have names yet for Kadabra or Alakazam. We're making Alakazam now. I think that's all of the information. Whereas Hypno, let's just fill that box out too. There we go. Alright. Hypno successfully influenced the subconscious of half of us to choose its evolution. Hypno doesn't... What? Hypno... Sorry. Kadabra, Alakazam, Abra, unrelated entirely to the Hypno line. They're just all yellow. unless I've missed something there. Alright, Night J of all trades, thank you for hanging out. Anyway, we're going to start sketching our wizard friend. Name suggestion, bless you. Alright, cool. And we have our reference pictures here. So the scary thing here is going to be pointy head. Which I'm drawing huge for some reason. Oh no, we need to calm down. Start again down here. So he has large pointy ears. Now I think even Abra's ears were made separately, so we'll be making those separate pieces. It's almost Victini-ish there. I will be trying to build those fabulous cheekbones into the main base. As well as like the finer snoot. Because he had a little snoot as well, it's just it'll be longer for Alakazam, and it doesn't have the secondary colour. Alright, so there's that. He's got like this very like interesting skull architecture happening. Now Abra didn't get safety eyes, so I'm not sure this guy does either. No other colour variations. He has mustache, but I'll draw mustache in a minute. What would you say this body shape is? Linebacker? Kicker? Well, yours raccoons in Australia need to calm down. That's nothing. Okay, so apparently the rats here in Australia have developed a, I don't know if it's a straight up immunity, but basically rat poison over here isn't as effective anymore. It doesn't, yeah. Don't get me wrong, rat poison is awful. Horrible. But apparently the rats over here are now growing an immunity to it. So, yeah. Our rodent life needs to chill out a little bit. I agree. Night Makota Barb, thank you for hanging out. I'm trying to work out how to draw this shape. I think it's like that. And then he's got like his underwear on the outside. He's got little underpants. He's got those skinny little grandpa legs. And some PPE. And giant clodhoppers of feet. Which, on their own, literally look like mouths trying to bite you. Chop, chop. They're not, though. Okay, and we have some shoulder pad type things. And skinny little arms and wrist guards and, oh my goodness, the nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I've got to draw them sticking out to the side so that I can actually see what they are. And spoons. My man likes his cereal. Not one, but two. 2 spoons. But that's okay. It's a spoon for each finger on the hand. Like, he only has 2 fingers and like a thumb type thing. Like, what is this creature? It's hard to even tell. Oh, hang on. If I'm holding a thumb, it's on the inside. Okay, so there's a thumb there somewhere. I don't even know. And then he's got moustache as well, just so that we don't think we can't take him seriously. Sorry, accidentally just made his moustache thoroughly possessed. What it looks like when somebody gives up the sketch halfway through. Okay. Double spoons! Blink? Blink's a name. Oh, Andy, I'm sorry for the implied story that's happening there. That's awful. He needs a bowl. This is hovering with him. Foreshortening. It looks weird. So we have yellow fingers and a spoon and a thumb in the mix there somewhere. Shoulder pad, torso, shoulder pad, wrist guard, finger, spoon. Wait, no, I'm gonna stop labeling things out loud. Here we go. And the silence will break in just a second. There we go. So there's our dude. Kellogg's. Kellogg's is a great name.
My favorite comment. Why is there a Gengar themed CT machine on the page?
What?
Because it's like the bed that you slide in with the metal react. Yeah.
No, this is a sleeping bag with like a big squishy Gengar over the top. This is a real product that exists.
Looks like you're about to get scanned.
It does a little bit.
It's like a children's one. Go, Leon. Leon
You're familiar with the pelican baby meme, right? The like put baby in pelican mouth. Yes, pelican mouth, great place for baby. Like it's extremely creepy, but that's the vibe I get from this bed. And it's like the idea is that the pelican is doing its very best limp-brained thing to get to eat the baby, trying to convince the human to put baby in pelican mouth. Great photo, yes. Time to put baby in pelican mouth. Good sleep.
For me, it's like a really poorly thought out decision process in like a hospital for children.
And also, me drawing creatures versus me drawing humans. Like this describes me as a creator. He looks so quizzical with his group. He's like, huh. All right, I need to break down these pieces because otherwise I'm just going to break down. I think, so the head is going to be like a domey piece with some sharp cheekbones and a snoot. And I think we should be able to manage that okay. What's it look like from the side? Oh, it all slopes kind of down and away from itself at the side. It's like this. And that's where that cheekbone is. So we should be able to manage this starting from the nose and working this way. Building out those really aggressive corners and then narrowing them back in. I think that shouldn't be too bad, honestly. We'll stitch on eyes afterwards so I don't have to worry about that. The eyes will go like... eyes. We'll make ears separate pieces. Not bad, just pointy. The body needs to have... body is kind of just like a base piece that a lot of stuff gets added to. So we'll do that half in brown. It's like a torso chunk. Then we'll change to yellow and we'll do... I get that this is kind of like a very specific shape, but we're going to just like triangularize it a little bit. Keeping it as separate pieces like carapace, because I do think there's some sort of like insect vibe here. Levitato? Oh, that's true. We have Teleportato. That was Abra's name. He's Teleportato. Keep in mind that there is Kadabra in the middle, and then we have Alakazam, who could absolutely be Levitato. Which I'm all for, but I would want Kadabra to sort of blend in with the Tatos. So... no. Okay, so, no. It should be Teleportato, Levitato, and Prestidigitato. Is that prestidigitation? No? Okay, it's just me. That's fine. So yeah, torso. And then we need shoulder pads, which are just like, they're bigger. He has tiny little scoops of shoulder pads. We need like some bigger grown-up shoulder pads, which I honestly think will just be a circle that I've folded in half based on all of the views and such I have of him. The spoons I think are going to be the hardest piece, because like making them small enough, they're kind of like a magic ring and then like a little tiny chain. And I'm going to do my best to, because like they'll be stitched in with fingers over the top. So I might actually have to, after making the head and the body, we might make the spoons next, because then if I make the spoons nice enough, I can just do the hands as like a literal flipper, and then we would position the spoon over the top and just stitch fingers on to give it look like the grasping look, and we might be able to get away with that. Though if we do the looped fingers the way we tend to, I can just slide the finger in between them and that'll also work. Bippity boppity boop. You think Prestidigitato is painful to say? I think it's fun to say. That's fine. You guys don't have to like the name. I'm fine. You guys get to pick it. I'm pitching. Oh, hi, Mark. So yeah, arms. We have noodles. All right, long yellow noodles with a hand at one end and at least 2 giant loopy fingers and a thumb sticking out the side, right? And then we would actually not just have it be a giant noodle, and we would do like a brown chunky bit over the top. Good. And then for the legs are an even more interesting shape because they do look like this underneath, which do look very much like a mouth trying to get you. Maybe it's trying to get his cereal. That's why he has 2 spoons. He's battling it. He's trying to feed his feet. Prestidigitato is so fun and hard to spell. Sorry, everybody, for putting that out there. All right, so the legs have like just a tubiness to them and then like a chunkier brown knee. And then they flare out into a triangular based piece. So we'll probably honestly start at the feet with the triangle base, work it up as a pyramid, change to brown to do a little ball at the top, and then narrow it off into a thin little tube. Claws we'll do color changes for, because we did color changes for these ones. So I actually think we're all set. I don't think he doesn't have a tail, thank goodness. Kadabra has a massive tail and stripes in places. Oh, mustache. We must ask the question of what to do with the mustache. I actually don't think it's as long as what I've drawn here. Oh no, that's pretty close to that. So the sprite does have him with quite a longish mustache. I'm going to be crocheting it. It will not be fluffed because honestly, I hate it. I hate fluffing things. So we'll make him just like a long rectangle. Depending on how we feel about it, we might do the 2-toned thing. Otherwise, just one color. If I need to really simplify it, we'll make it more of a triangular shape and we'll make it shorter. But we're all just doing our best, and the mustache will be last. Could the spoons be pipe cleaner cheetahs? Yeah, but then they'd be fluffy, and I'm not sure if that really speaks to the spooniness. He learned telekinesis just so he can use both hands to eat cereal. Had to Google prestidigitation, learned a new word today. Oh, okay, cool. Then we have to remember about levitato. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm happy to make a note about levitato if prestidigitato is selected. Oh, guys, we're nearly at the end of this book. I have 2 pages left, and one of them is going to be Alakazam. Just making myself a note just in case it comes up because I do not wish to forget. Okay, Purple Dolphin Studios, why are you singing Nickelback? Alright, anyway, let's color select. So I'm going to stick with the same color palette as we had for Abra. And that's purely because if we do have the ends of the mustache being a different color, we have a different color here. Put that one aside. So that's good. And then we need our brown marble, which is the name of a color, not an actual marble. Oh, no, wait. We used like the chocolatey brown for this guy's armor. So maybe not that one. rummage, 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 descending into the chaos realm, coming back with chocolate coloured yarn. There we go. Do you think this Pokemon has stocks in a flower company since they break so many spoons? I don't know. Maybe? Okay. I think that's it. I think that's the colours that we need. Oh, we need some silver for a spoon? I have silver for spoons as well. So I've just got that off to one side for now. I don't know. Sorry, the thoughts are coming from slightly further away. But we're going to start this nose from the tip. It's the same colour as the rest of his head, which is a good thing. Excuse me, teleportato. Yeah. No, the other yellow? No. Sorry. I'm keeping this line all the same colour. I have made that decision already, and I apologise if that's upsetting. I'm sorry. That's 5. I think I said the same thing with Abra. I can't remember, but possibly I said the same thing with Abra. It's just like something about this line just speaks to a very base 5 position. They want to be base 5. Okay, he has a longish nose, so we'll do a couple of rows of 5. Four. 5, and again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's the very tip of his nose. Now, because we need such dramatic flair to these, like, face wings, we are going to do something quite specific with that. Hold, please. So, this is our row of 5, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 stitches in our round. Let's say our starting point is here because it doesn't matter at all at this point. We have no shaping or anything there. Oh, night, Nora. I hope your power comes back on soon. Pale yellow for the mustache? Yes, potentially. You spent $40 on patterns, no regrets. Well, that's good. Yeah, so we're going to start building these cheeks here. And the rest of these will just be single crochet. And then across the next few rows, we will be just continuing to, like, build these out. Now, if after 2 rows we're not noticing enough, because I don't think that'll be enough, we're going to come back and we're going to make these 5 in each, which you'll recognize as a technique that I use to flare out the legs on the raccoon and the ferret. And honestly, the more I talk about it, the more I think I should actually start with 5s, because I'm pretty sure these are 3s and these are not the same degree of cheekbone that we need today. So maybe we start with 5s and then tone it down later if we need to, sort of going the other way. 5, single crochet. Oh, and that's going to add so many stitches to our little round of 5. It's going to add 8 new stitches. 8 plus 5 is 13. You have a heat wave coming through southern Ontario and some northern states. Anyone else dealing with out of season weather? It's delightfully cold here, actually. Like, even as I sit here, I'm just like, oh, I could go put some socks on. Like, it's nice. It's nice to be finally out of the heat wave. The plants are all liking it. I'm liking it. It's good. Is Alakazam's physical attack hitting the spoons on the other player? What you think he... When you have spoons, all Pokemon are bongo drums. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mustachio. Okay, yeah, 5 was the correct choice. So we'll do 5. We might do 3s from here on out, but that 5 was necessary to get that initial bend, I think. He's got such a silly nose. It's probably going to end up smaller than Abra. I'm going to warn you guys now. That's happened with a couple of the lines. It's just, I think he's going to. 1. Oh wait, hang on. That's 1, 2, 3. And then our next increase. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next increase. And then 3 to finish off. We'll try both. 1, 2, 3. Sorry guys, I've gotten distracted by the stitching. I will be back with you shortly. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, it's just like my brain is so full of task list. It's kind of stopping me from chatting. You want to name him Idiophone? Ah, that's fun. A musical instrument type for spoons. I can totally see him being the bard of the group. Oh yeah, that's the correct choice. So I used 5 stitch increases to just get the flare started, but I've changed to 3 stitch increases there just to continue it out, and I think that was correct. So that's added 4 more, leading us to 17. My goodness, we are just prime number hopping today. Our rows are 5, 5, 5, 13, 17. What's the next prime number in the rotation? Probably 19. Well, we're going to skip 19 and we're going to go straight to 21. Hey, back to a nice equal, not equal, but like, it's no, yeah, it's got factors. Factors of 3 are good. We can work with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And flare. 3, 4, 5, 6. Which Pokemon would make the most interesting sound if you hit them with a spoon? It depends on if you're talking about the actual sound generated by the spoon or the sound of outrage after you hit them. Also, I do not advocate for hitting Pokemon with spoons. Sorry, I didn't write that row down at all. It was 4, ink 3, 7, ink 3, and 4. Bring us to 21. Lovely. So I think that's the width of the face. I think it's looking honestly pretty right. We'll do a row of single crochet to lock it all in, and then we're going to decrease pretty aggressively on these sides. But he's coming out pretty tiny, which I like. Tiny is good. We're so close to finishing the first Crochetdex. We really, really are. Yeah, we really are. Ooh, Bronzong would make like an interesting like gong resonance. Lovely. But I also think like Chameko would make like pretty tinkling sounds. Honestly, I think that like poking Loudred would just like generate a sound that would be the last sound any of us would ever hear. I'm afraid I am afraid. Smallest petal, I'm sorry, I don't get the Keebly reference. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. The most underwhelming would be Sandergas. No, even that would make like a fun little shh sound. I think the most underwhelming would be something like those ice cream ones, like Vanilla Ice. Any of the ice cream ones hitting it with a spoon, it's just not even a sound. There's no sound there. Ah, it's a Wings of Fire reference, which is also just not something I've engaged with. Here's a bowl that duplicates things. Double spoons. Okay, fun. Okay, we've done our row of 21. And now the real fun begins. So I need to work some single crochet 5 togethers into the mix of this, but I need to line them up right with the cheekbones, otherwise it's going to look weird. So there'll be 5 stitches between them. Oh, there's a few that would sound like steel drums for sure. Like, there's a couple that are literally just like possessed suits of armor. I think it's 3 stitches and then our decrease, and then 5 and then our decrease, and then 3 stitches. And that is going to reduce us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 8, bringing us back to 13. Okay, Steelix would clang, Onyx would not. Onyx is just rock. So it depends on, like, you'd probably just make, like, the sound of a pickaxe hitting rock would be the sound. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Two, 3. Hello.
Hey, beautiful.
What's up?
I was thinking for drums, Kakuna or Megapod.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
Metapod. Metapod is his name, not Megapod.
I was going to say, I feel like Metapod already has kind of like a permanent headache, and Kakuna is a very serious business bug. So I don't know if either of them would appreciate being hit with a spoon.
I was thinking Metapod would be changing the tone of the drum.
Ah.
Like the more you hit him, the harder he gets. Yeah.
Ah.
The lighter the sound gets because of how reverberation happens.
Me beating up a tiny Aaron to hear what it sounds like. No, don't be mean to Aaron. Durant, however, wail on that little guy with a spoon. Ghastly would just like no sound, it would just pass straight through. Just okay. I don't know if the cheekbones are cheekbony enough, but we're doing our best. We're 13 around now, so I just need to really build up the little dome for the back of the head. And I think we're just going to do a row of 13. See how it sits. Voltorb or Electrode, should they clang or just... I think they'd make a plasticky sound. Because like plastic explosives. And Pokeballs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, Skarmory Wings would be a little xylophone-ish. I was sitting here trying to think of one. I've said Megapod so much, Metapod looks wrong. Well, that's funny because like that means that the joke has actually reached a meta level. Okay, let's put some knowledge in you. Ursa ring. I'm trying to work out which one of them would sound like your dying screams. And I think Ursa ring is that, like, that's what that sounds like. Okay, we have noodle nose and we have as pointy cheekbones as I could manage. I could probably go back and try again if you guys don't think they're pointy enough. But I think with like the pointy ears coming out the back, I think they'll be okay. And I'm going to do 6 single crochet and a decrease just because I want to get down to 12. And then 5 single crochet back to the start. Are we at the extra weird part of the stream, or has that already passed us by? Please don't let me distract you with the toothed raccoon holding a mace. Honestly, that's a tattoo I want. Just low key, just on my ankle. Just like I just something about it. Just I'm thinking. A decrease, and then 1. The mace is a strong addition. Psyduck's wide and maybe empty head might give a nice sound. It could just do decent resonance there. Okay, cool. And now we will do 6 decreases and finish off. And that is the head. What was with the toothed raccoon? He walked in and was too scared to ask. Well, I don't remember the specifics anymore, but I was trying to prove that I could draw a horror creature, I think. But I know Mr. Bones was in here talking to me about something. 4, 5, 6. And his mind is a little open at the moment, so we're just going to close that off. Yeah. There we go. And once again, I don't have the black pins. I think I can see them being used as actual pins, whereas normally I try and reserve those for eyeballs. So for now, hello. Let's do the torso next, shall we? So torso starts in brown, and we need this shape. Now from above, I think this guy is like fairly chunky, so like we'll just do like a roundish kind of shape from the top and then work down, flaring outwards and then tucking back in. Yeah. Horror versions of my cute patterns, maybe. Yeah, that would have been it. Just like a possible Halloween theme is I try and make horror themed of some of my cuties, and that was my offering. He does. He has mouths in his armpits and a mouth in his tummy and an extra mouth in his tail for snacking. My spoon is too big. Mr. Bones was talking D&D and I drew a raccoon mimic. Yeah. I still can't quite connect those two thoughts. 2, 3, 4, 5. I clearly had something percolating, right? Something that needed to come out. And apparently it was a nightmare raccoon. But even he's on the cute side. Like, who wouldn't love? Okay, I'm building up to 12, and then I'm going to assess the kind of shaping we need here. Because I think we're going to lump the increases on 2 key sides to make it a little bit more oval. But we'll see. You shouldn't have asked. Well, I mean, there's never any harm in asking, but you have to be ready to know the answer. And he has a mace, for good measure. Well, yeah, but the mace was an addition I made after the break. He looked so empty-handed. He has so many mouths to feed, he just needed a weapon. There's very rarely a simple answer to some of these questions sometimes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, so we're 12 around at the moment. Keeping in mind that he has quite dominant armpits. Not armpits, shoulder pads. Big difference there. Kind of the opposite side of the arm. Oh, cannot. My arms don't go above this right now. Oh, I think I'm going to go up to 18 before I start thinking oval thoughts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. Yes, that's right. I understand. We were talking about doing nightmare versions of some of my patterns for Halloween, and someone mentioned the squog and its attack pattern. Then Mr. Bones came in to describe the fact that the squog would probably leap on your face. And then I was just like, oh, okay, sure. Well, here's what's been percolating inside my demon brain instead. Which was a very toothsome raccoon. I guess nobody else was on the same wavelength as me. I'm trying to get myself back on camera because I'm like down here and I'm just like, I could adjust the camera, I suppose. I'm over here. I think we're just gonna have to live with it. I'm gonna have to try and sit up straighter. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, and this is 18. Yeah, Mr. Bones was saying squog attacks like the cat having cheese splattered on its face. Yeah, exactly. At least I believe that is what was being expressed to me. I'm going to do something a little odd here. I don't know. I'm just taking a kind of I've got usual ways that I build shapes, and I'm just trying something different today. So, come with me on this journey, if you please. Somewhere there was also a frog crab with limbs. Yeah, I think the raccoon was trying to like regain my dignity after drawing the frog crab. There you go, Mr. Bones. Sometimes it takes a while, but they appreciate your joke. Okay, no, but if I crocheted this, each of the mouths would have to be like actual like inner mouths, not just like stitched on surface mouths. And so this like the shaping would have to be like quite specifically like lots of pockets. And like this tail would probably just hinge completely along the back here. You can't really see the tail because it's behind the zam. scooch the ball forward a little bit. And now we're bouncing a little, just to try and keep ourselves focused. It helps. Sometimes bouncing helps. I think the reason that I have a hard time focusing in my other chair is because I have to sit so very, very still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Cool. All right, cool. We're up to 24 around. The reason I've let myself go this far, not because I want it to be this this wide, but because if I fold it over, we start getting the shape that we want across the top here. And I know if I load decreases on those sides, I can narrow that in pretty well. So it's just about making this as wide as we want it to be. I think it's only meant like his shoulders, minus the shoulder pads, are only as wide as his cheekbones. So I actually think that we're there in that regard. So I'm thinking. And like this doesn't have to be folded this way. I think this can be folded this way, which will make decreasing easier. Because like there's nothing worse than trying to do a decrease and having it fall over the end of your row. Well, sorry, there's a million things worse than that, but in a hypothetical here, if it can be avoided, it's a good thing to avoid. So I think we'll go 24 around just to lock this shape in. And then I'll decrease on each of the sides, like super aggressively, like blink and you'll miss it type. Rawr. This aggressive. This aggressively is how we're going to decrease. This is my decrease demon. Do you think La Rochelle makes beautiful sounds when bonked with spoons? Oh, like have you seen those rain drums? That like, yeah, like those rain drums that you put under your gutters and when the water drops on them, they go like boop, 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 boop. That's Lapras. Okay, we still have a little ways to go with this creature, but I feel like if I speak the thoughts that are currently stopping me from chatting properly, it'll help, right? So forgive me if this feels like I'm jumping to the end of the stream, because there's just some things I just got to get off my brain a little bit. So the only thing I'm focused on getting done this week is that Soul Silver episode. I'm going to focus entirely on editing that, getting the notes for that typed up, and getting that out. Any of the stream Pokemon that are currently in various states of unfinishedness are the lowest priority as far as I'm concerned right now. So getting that Soul Silver video done and ready and out, that is my #1 priority. And the second priority will be filming episode 13. Because I've already got the gameplay, I already have my Pokemon list. So I need to make those 6 Pokemon. And that's the next week's video. So those are my 2 priorities this week. If I end up with some time after that, and I've slept a reasonable amount, I will finish off the Nidorinos and Nidorinas for next week's stream. But I just want to I like to set reasonable expectations here, and it's like I know that some of the stream Pokemon are dragging a little bit here and there. But open and honest communication. It's like I let my patrons know that the next chunk of patterns that come through are going to be entirely Pokemon. And so like, I like people drop their memberships for a little bit, and then I like to think that they come back when I start doing stuff that they're interested in again. And that's good, because I don't want a single dollar of anybody's money that is not willingly offered and being exchanged for decent value. And so I communicate when I have the chance to. By that I just mean when I know about it ahead of time, which I know I should, but I'm not great at this whole planning thing. So yeah, the stream Pokemon, there is a chance that they will not be finished still next week. And at a certain point, we might have to do a catch-up stream where literally, kind of how we did the Project Power Hour last week, where we just spent an hour doing as much as we could of missing ones, and then of some of the backlog, because we were up to 8 at that point, and then I finished them all off the next day. It was great. It might be, there might be a stream like that coming up in a couple of weeks. Possibly when we hit 10 to go. And if I have any, backlog, we'll do a stream where we just, Or we do the power hour in the middle of stream. it's not worth doing a power hour with what's outstanding at the moment, but like next week there might be value in it. So that's all right. Like I understand that y'all are very like, I understand that you all understand, but I still need to like communicate some of this stuff, so that you understand that I'm like weighting things appropriately and taking your time seriously, if that makes sense. How brutal was this Soul Silver run? Okay, the 6 Pokemon it chose for me were brutal. And on top of that, you'll see. You'll see when it comes down to the gameplay. Like, these 2 episodes absolutely just... It took me like something like 8 hours to film those 2 episodes. And I said at the start that I was doing like... It was only taking me like 1 to 2 hours back when I started the series, but these ones took... Like, it was 3 or 4 hours each, and I still want to do a block of 4, so I've only filmed the gameplay for 2 of them, whereas normally I would have gotten the gameplay for all 4 done in the same window. And it's something to watch. I think it's going to make for good viewing, but oh my goodness, it was not... There was no mercy shown. So yeah, this is the loop. You guys are in it. Because, like, I'm always interested in knowing the creators I watch and, like, what's going on behind their scenes. And so, like, this live stream is kind of my way of, like, being able to directly communicate that stuff to you without making it, like, a big deal. I feel like community posts and stuff make everything such a big deal. And then, particularly on YouTube, there's no guarantee that anyone will even see them in any kind of timely way. Like, it could be served to them 6 months from now. But, like, I like knowing the inside scoop. So this is me sharing the inside scoop with you. It's just like, yeah. We're going to be running in a little bit of a delay, but it's fine. It's fine. Nobody panic. That's why we have that lever. All right, I'm trying to work out my decreases, so I'm going to just shush for a second while I work that out. I think it's 4 on one side and 5 on the other, which is odd, but I don't know if that adds up properly. So 4... Oh, wait, no, hang on. We're going to have to draw this out. So we're 24 around, right? And we want to do a decrease of 5. Do we want to do 5? Yeah, we want to do 5 on either side. So that leaves us with 14 stitches remaining, and we're currently like here. Now, to get to that side, it's 3, so that would make that 4. Okay, no, that does work. Sometimes you just got to trust your gut on these numbers. After you've, like, don't get me wrong, I've got a trained gut, okay? Do not go trusting any kind of feral gut. If you've got a domestic gut, you can trust it. I'm familiar with the numbers we're talking about and just kind of instinctively know what to do sometimes, but that instinct is a trained instinct, not an instinctive instinct. Wait, nobody's panicking. Remember, we just said we're not panicking. We agreed. We had a mutual agreement to not panic. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we decrease 2, 3, and 4. Right, so that should bring us down to a number of stitches that I will know in just a second. I think it's 16 because we took 8 away just then and we were at 24 before. So yeah, we are hypothetically at 16 stitches. Let's check if we're literally at 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We are literally at 16 stitches. That is good. Because I think that that's a relatively good... I think I've made the shoulders too broad. Oh, no, it's just instead of shaping him like this, I've gone ahead and I've shaped him like this. And I think that's fine, because like the arms can still attach here and the shoulder pad can still go over the top. It's just it was easier to shape him like this with the shaping that I've chosen to do. So, okay, that's fine. So we can just narrow this down into the waist, and I think the waist should be no more than 12 around. We're currently at 16. I think it's going to take 3 rows to get there. So we need to remove 4 stitches over 3 rows. This is fine. We'll do a row of 16, and then we'll go 14, 14, and then down to 12. I think is the plan. You have your towel and you are not panicking. Excellent. I am in the bunker. I am so not panicking. Well, good. The bunker is the place where you should not be able to panic. Why would you even have a bunker if it was going to be a panic room? This is my panic room. It's the room I do all of my panicking in. 2. Yeah, he's a little rugby player. 3, 4, 5, 6. He definitely cheats though. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay. One, 2, 3, and I think that's where our first decrease goes. Then it should be 6 across the front. 2, 3, 4, 5. Good morning to the UK. Spent 2 weeks watching replays after the YouTube algorithm showed me yesterday. Oh, well, welcome, Jessica. In case you don't know, this is a spin-off channel of the Complicated Knots channel, in case the algorithm hasn't served you both, but the streams are a little bit more freeform. Yeah, and we decrease, and we go 1, and we go 2, and we go 3. All right, so we're 14 around at the moment. This is good. This is good. So the head goes there. Ooh, we're running out of space really fast. I actually think we do 1 more row and then we change to the yellow. He's only short-bodied, this fellow. And I think we're going to just do that row in just as 14. And then we'll change to yellow and do 14 front post over the top. I think that's what my gut's telling me. It's again, domestic gut. It's mine gut. 1, 2, 3. I hope the live experience is all that it's cracked up to be. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've lost count as I'm stitching, and that's normal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, cool. I just lost count as I was stitching. It's fine. That's why we have a stitch marker. And we're going to attach our yellow, and we're front posting over the top. We want crispy lines between our torsos and our butts. What's the name list looking like, Mr. Bones? Would you mind just giving me a quick little update on that? Because, like, don't get me wrong, I'm campaigning hard for Prestidigitato. But I also want to know what the competition is. You're using thread that's way longer than what you need, but I refuse to cut it for some reason. No, long thread is acceptable. We thread our needles once and we deal with the consequences. Okay, name list. Blink, Kellogg's, Prestidigitato, and Herzfeld. Where's Herzfeld come from? You're very German today, honey. With the Heinz and the Herzfeld and the and the Heuven and the Glaven.
Rejected cartoons.
Ah, it's Herzfeld, right, yep. Looking forward to getting your votes in. Awesome. Yeah, so I am campaigning hard for the name Prestidigitato, and so you're going to hear this rundown a couple of times. Abra is named Teleportato. I feel like Kadabra could be Levitato, and this one here should be Prestidigitato, because of Prestidigitation is like another name for magic. Or it's like, it's magic trickery. It's like magician magic as opposed to wizard magic. Unless my understanding of the word might be slightly off, but it is correct thematically. And I think it's suitably, like, buffoonish for something like Alakazam. I most certainly wasn't going to deal with a second piece of thread. Exactly, right? You thread your needle once and you just deal with the fact that it's going to tangle and wrap and all kinds of other nonsense. And then, like, if you have enough leeway to work with, you can just, like, thread it through as you need to. Yeah, the only option is Prestidigitato. Exactly. I'm campaigning hard for it, but you guys still get the choice. I think today's theme was actually just, like, the illusion of choice. Because it started with me going, guys, pick a yellow one. And it finished with me going, okay, you can pick whatever name you like, but it should be Prestidigitato. Alright, I'm gonna stuff this guy. He's a stuffed potato. The president of all potatoes. Okay. Now we narrow. So we're 14 around at the moment, and I can see if I'm holding it sideways. Our finishing and starting off point is like slightly in from one edge. So I'm going to work the decrease one stitch back from this edge, so I can start writing down my row backwards, if that makes sense. So I know I want a single crochet and a decrease on that side. And I know I need a decrease evenly spaced over here. So I can write a decrease down for that as well. Then it's just a matter of filling in the gaps. I just need to know how many stitches go here and how many stitches go here. But if I take the decreases away from 14, that's 14 minus 4, because it's 2 stitches for each. It gives us 10. And so we know it's 5 across the front and 5 across the back. So I can fill in one of those numbers as 5. And if it's 5 across the back and we have 1 stitch here, we know this is 4. And normally I write all this down in a little diagram. You can see various of them like this across the page, but like a lot of the time I just do it mentally. So like that's what that looks like. Three and 4, and then we test it out, see if it works. I have a pretty good idea that it'll be fine, but we test it anyway. 1, 2. Currently eating potato gems that have come out that perfect crispy golden of Prestidigitato. Well, on that note, I'm going to start my nighttime routine while listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl and get some sleep. Yes, that is an excellent selection of activities. Enjoy. Okay, so we are 12 around at the moment. I actually think that's going to be enough. 6 decreases. Alright, so this is just a gentle reminder to everybody that we have made the well, this is the second Pokemon. We are not picking a third today just because of all of the other Pokemon in the backlog. I will be revealing the other options that were not picked in about half an hour. So I don't like how abruptly I seem to end stream sometimes. So this is just like your warning that we are on the descent. We're going to keep making pieces. We're nowhere near done on this guy. We should be able to get an arm and a leg done in that time. But we are on the final approach. So we have a name vote coming up and the reveals. And some more pieces for our little potato here. Okay. So there's that, and that goes there like this. Okay, what's next? Feet next? Do we want to do feet? Good morning to Sweden. It was just Midsummer Solstice, so I wish you happy solstice to you too. Oh yes, everybody hydrate or dihydrate. I don't think I've done that at all yet today. Just a good little swig. So with these feet, I do want to start out with like a triangle. Legs. And we're going to say magic ring of 6. Then we will do... I'm trying to work out what kind of triangle we're looking at here. Because like if it's an even triangle, that's different to if it's like... I think the word's isosceles. I think equilateral is the easiest to accomplish. Scaling... not so much. It's like, got to do that there. It can be increasing. That can be increasing. One in the middle. Sorry guys, mutter. Single crochets at the side will build up sides, but will not necessarily help us at the back here. Right, I think we're just going to have to do a standard 3 repeats of single crochet and then an increase 3. And then just like work with whatever triangle shape we end up with. Oh, it's getting all stormy outside again. It's so cozy. 3. So solstice, the midsummer solstice, does that mean that we've now passed the shortest day? Or is it more of a calendar type celebration? You're making spoons! He's making spoons! Oh, single spoon. Well, I need 2. And also, honey, would you mind it if this got shortened just a little bit by about 1 centimeter, the handle? I love it though. I think it's wonderful.
But it's got to be in his hand, and his hand's going to be like that.
Okay, we can leave the handles long for now, but I do think they're a little long.
I can't put the handles back on.
Yeah, we'll leave them long for now. Oh, night, Beth. And also, welcome back, Beth. Solstice is the even out day. Shortest or longest day, depending on which hemisphere you're in. Shortest day for Aussies was yesterday. Yeah, cool. That's what I thought. I figured it had to be around now because we're on the 22nd of June. I swear it's normally around the 22nd of June. What am I doing here? Who are all of you people? Get out of my house. No, joking. I'm joking. Please, you're welcome. It's a great it's a really good tiny spoon. I agree. Also, I feel bad. I feel bad for being like, nope, I need 2 of them. 2 or no banana. But the guy needs 2 spoons and they need to match. We had the longest day yesterday in the UK, which means it's very slowly downhill from here. It's fine, Coletti Spaghetti. We're all going to be fine. Two. All right, I finally finished a basic triangle for the foot. So that is just a very basic triangle. And I think I'm going to add a claw to the tip of each of those circles, which is why I have my tiny little scrap of white left. But recently I bought like 4 more balls of white, so we're good. We're covered in that regard. So that is 1, 2 single crochet, and then a white treble, and then a single crochet. And we're going to repeat that 3 times. 1 and 2. Come on. I should have got it right. Was in a Time Words video Thursday. Thursday? Oh, you were in a Time Words video. That's confusing phrasing. I'm so sorry. Yeah, the tiny spoon is adorable. It's great. I think it's been carved from just like not a literal pop stick, but like something very similar to that, like a balsa wood thing. I can hear him out there like sanding away on the balcony. Nice. Literal pop stick. Okay, cool. Ooh. Sorry. You know that moment when you feel like the sun shift and the dark shift and the cold shift and just like the pressure shifts and just everything shifts and you know you've gone from like a cloudy but hanging in there day to a stormy day? That's just happened here. You guys hopefully can't tell because I do have enough lights on at the moment, but like I felt the shift and I'm excited about it. The sense of anticipation fills the air. Good morning, Anne. The theme of today is please pick a yellow one. And you guys came through. You did. So yeah, we made Hypno earlier and we are now working on Alakazam. I almost forgot the name of it for a second there. And I'm honestly so relieved to finally get another one of the Abra line done because those two have been like this little purple block right in the middle of the Pokédex. Proof. Hold on. This isn't the most up-to-date version. As mentioned earlier, I can't show that one yet. But yeah, there's like this massive purple block like in the top-ish left-hand corner that's been bothering me. And so we've corrected that block today. Oh, hey, I actually didn't realize I did this. And we've corrected the 2 in the middle of the screen. So the only block really that we have to deal with is that column of 3 that's sort of slightly off to the right, but at the bottom there. But that column of 3... A Midgie just landed on my nose. That column of 3 that's still there and unaddressed is a problem because those 3 Pokemon are Gyarados, Zapdos, and Kangaskhan. And there's a 3 that I just don't feel like it. So we've addressed 2 of our purple blocks now, and so we should just be down to like isolated squares, except for that little line of 3. Yeah, there's just really not very many left. Midgie, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it if it flies past. You just wait. I don't know if it was explained. Oh, no, you're fine. Why was yellow requested specific? Oh, thank you, honey. Look. Dos spoons.
Oh yeah, they are popsicles. So they have been in my mouth and they were once drenched in ice cream.
It's important that we all know these things. Yellow was requested specifically because we had a huge backlog of yellow Pokemon and just they weren't getting picked week after week after week. And a lot of them were ones that I wasn't really looking forward to making. And so we had to start ripping those band-aids off because like I wasn't enthusiastic about them and you guys weren't enthusiastic about them. And there was a pretty good chance that we were going to end up with just like a block of ones we hated for the final 10. And so like we had to start chipping away at some of them. And so we did. It was as good of a reason as any, you know? Going to do 2 of those. We're going to close off the top of the foot a little bit. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. If you like, I can pop the Pokédex back on the screen while I work on this, and I'll let you know exactly who we have left. Look, I love Kangaskhan as well, but she feels really complicated and spiny, and that just seems like a lot of work. So let's just pop this back up on screen here. So we're missing Venusaur, Raichu. We're in the process of making Nidorina and Nidorino. We're missing Venomoth, Meowth. We're missing Kadabra. We're making Alakazam now. We're in the process of making Ghastly. We're in the process of making Hypno. We don't have Krabby yet. We don't have Rhyhorn, Kangaskhan, Seaking, Gyarados, Kabutops, Zapdos, and Mewtwo. And that's it. Two, 3, and 4. I'm trying to give these the... I don't know if you're seeing this Midgie bug on camera, but... Seriously, it needs to stop touching me. Yeah, I'm trying to make this leg appropriately boot-shaped, because he's got like very triangular, like, solid pyramid feet. Don't know if you saw earlier, but it's trying to tempt you with an idea. Get one of those singing wall-mounted bass fishing crochet magic up over the top. Actually, that is a very tempting idea. If I encounter one of those in like one of those like in a charity shop or an op shop, yeah, I can see me doing that. Okay, I think that's Oh, honey, it's not a full-sized fly. It's just a little... He's in here helping me hunt it. It's just this tiny little midgy bug that keeps landing on my face. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, cool. We're 8 stitches around. We're just going to work 8 stitches to build up a little bit more of a column here. 1, 2. Oh my goodness, that's quite an alarming face. 3, 4.
If you think you're scared, you should imagine the midgie's perspective.
Yeah, I know, right? It's gone. I would feel better if you stopped.
So would the midgie.
Ah. Very mature of us to rip off the band-aids. Well, to be fair, I also provided a purple option. Like, as I said, today's theme was almost kind of the illusion of choice, because I was like, please pick a yellow one, but here, you don't have to pick a yellow one, but then you picked yellow ones. And then I was like, okay, you can name Alakazam anything you like, but I'm also campaigning really hard for Prestidigitator. I'm glad that you like the look of the Pokédex. I'm so excited. I've mocked up what I want, like a poster version of it to look like, because I want to get like a print framed in here of it so that I don't have to keep all of them out, but I can still see them. And I've mocked it up and it's looking so good because it's got like all of the photos in there. The photos need to, some of the photos need to be retaken or recolor scaled, but yeah, we're at the point where it's like really exciting to see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it also means that we are, this number includes the Soul Silver numbers, guys, so I'm sorry about that, but we are 21% of the way through all the Pokemon. 21%. We're so far through all of the Pokemon. I can't break it down by gen because I don't want to give any spoilers to anyone for anything, but like you guys know that the number overall of Pokemon that's been made. And yeah, 21%. We're basically done. We are going to do all of them. The plan is just to keep going until the last viewer stops watching. And then I'll probably just continue it as a me thing. 2 single crochet, decrease, and then 4 single crochet. I one time saw someone on YouTube who wired a whole wall of those singing fishes together and programmed them to sing songs from their device's playlist. That's amazing. I saw, I think it was Number File, one year, like, program his Christmas tree using open sourced something. Like, he made it available to the people in his audience and they, like, programmed his Christmas tree to do different things. And that was really cool. Oh, cool. How far up does this leg go? Because I think we're at the knee territory already, but I'm worried that I haven't closed it off enough. We'll close off one more, and then I'll front post over the top. Then it'll be fine. So that'll get us down to 6, and I think 6 is a good noodly level for this fellow. Please rate your noodles out of 10. This guy's a solid 6. One, 2. But we don't want to finish that 3rd stitch because that's the last stitch of our row and we want to change to our brown for the knee pad. This guy's totally the PPE Pokemon. The only thing he's missing is a face mask. He's got his elbow pads on, he's got his knee pads on, he's got his shoulder pads on. One. Should have stuffed first, but oh well, 2. 3. 4. 5 and 6. Okay, cool. Trim off yellow. Grab some stuffing. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Bottega Channel. See you next week. Today's theme, pick any yellow one you want. Well, like, as I mentioned, there was a purple one. There still is. Observe. Sorry, I'm just setting it up so it doesn't block the whole screen. There we go. See? Purple one. You guys had choices. If you choose not to exercise those choices, that's up to you. I do appreciate your support in picking the yellow ones, but I want to be clear that I did not force the issue. There was like, I mean, we were always going to make 2 today, and so you were always going to have to pick 1 yellow one, but I wanted you to have... I honestly thought you'd pick the purple one second. I wanted you to pick the purple one second if you wanted to pick the purple one second. If you picked it first, we would have picked a yellow one second, and it would have been no big deal. But that's why, like, I asked for it to... you guys to pick a yellow one, so we didn't get to a point where I had to force the issue. Yeah, okay, cool. So we've done brown, 6 front post single crochet, and we're going to single crochet around some more. 1, 2, 3. Don't know what this accent is. 4, 5, and 6. They're not super big knee pads, but I think I'll do 1 more and then I can go over the top of it with, oh, the yellow needs to be narrower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and change back to our yellow. She's getting ever more tangled in the whites. Let's just try and get that out of the way. Shoo. For 5, 6, and I'm tempted to narrow down to 5 just to give that knee pad a little bit of something, a little something something, but I actually don't think we even have enough leg left to do that. I think we might just do 2 more rows of 6 around and call it for that piece, that is. 1. Prestidigitation might be. They probably share a root word or something. And then when you open the purple, it's a yellow with a small detail in the purple. Well, honestly, okay, low key, I almost made themes today, please pick a yellow one, and then presented you with like 4 non-yellow doors, each with a, like, for example, Alakazam would have been brown, because it's like a secondary color, and so like, I thought that would have been funny, but I decided to just go like, no trickery here. Honestly, it's been a couple of weeks since I tried to trick any of you. That's because I think that when I hit the top 10, some really tricky stuff is going to come into play. Like, I'm tempted just to make every single one a wheel spin, which is a risky move, so I'm still thinking about it. And 2, finish off. Okay, cool. The leggy is done. And we have spoons for his armies. So this is excellent. Excellent, excellent. How are we doing for time? We're doing good for time. Good, good, good. He is going to be a seated Pokemon. I can't imagine anybody arguing with that decision. The more leg they want, the more likely I am to put them in a seated position. I might actually jump and do ears next, honestly. So for the ears, I'm actually going to start at the base because I can get a pointier tip on a finishing off point. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm thinking 5 around. Then working in the back loops only, so I have the front loops to help anchor it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to start writing some of this down. Magic ring 5, bloop. 5, and then we'll do 5 around, and then we might decrease down to 4, though I don't like doing that. We just need a very pointy point on these ears, so we might have to do that. I'm not going down to 3s though. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like, I'm almost treating these more like horns than ears, but I actually think that's the correct choice with what we're dealing with here. Instead, just 3 of nearly the same shade of yellow. Look, that's not my fault. Those yellows were all sampled from the Pokemon underneath, and I tried to give as true of a representation of the yellow used as possible. It's just not my fault that they're all the same color. Okay, it's kind of my fault that they're all the same color. I could have changed up the yellow of the yellow, but like there are certain yellow Pokemon that we just needed to get done. And so I picked those. And I just did not have the spirit to do other of the yellow Pokemon, which also would have been basically the same color. Can confirm they were different, checked the RGB values. See, this is the support we all need in life. Get you all a skeleton that will check the RGB values of you to confirm that they're different shades of yellow. 2, 3, and 4. Keeping in mind that when this is sewn on, it'll look slightly less clunky. It'll look like an actual attached piece. We're going to turn it from a tube into a horn. You ready? First of all, tuck that starting tail in. We don't need that. Get away. Shoot. And then we weave this around to a point. 1, 2, 3 will do. Pull tight to pointiness, and then we're just going to very carefully tuck this end down inside without losing that beautiful sharp pointy point. I'm just going to literally hold it as I pull that down, re-establish the point, and trim off the excess. So that's our starting magic ring, and then I've got those front loops that I'm going to use to like sew it on. The fibre up my nose is late to the game, but nevertheless has turned up. There we are. Honestly, it's possibly slightly too long, but I think I'll learn to live with that. I think that's good. Get yourself a bona fide checker. Your cat's being very dramatic at the moment. There are doors that are closed that he believes should be open. How dare. Like, yes. Human, you are ruining the path of egress. The spirits wish free pass. The spirits wish free passage through. Stream theme. Pokemon in a blender. Mixing all the colours and using that colour for us to guess. Crafting Chaos with Cat. I've already done that one. Or I've joked about it so often that I feel like I've done that one. I don't know if I ever actually did. But yeah, there's going to be just like less straightforward themes or way more straightforward themes. Like I might show you a blocked off version of the Pokédex and ask you to pick a square configuration, and that will tell me which Pokemon we're using. You know, stuff like that. We might be spinning the wheel. The wheel might be making a return, though the wheel has like 50 Pokemon on it still, and we don't have that many anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I even making? 6. Who knows? I think I'm making the hand at the moment. So now would be the time to attach some fingies. So we did a magic ring 6, and he has 2 fingers and a thumb. Let's do big finger, little thumb. I want to be able to use these for both sides, so it might be better for me if I start somewhere else. I don't know. No, it's just a 2, but it'll be fine. With arms, I like to make them symmetrical, so I only have to write one pattern, and then you just like have it one way for one arm and one way for the other. Like if there's a thumb, you got to pay a little bit more attention to it. But if they're symmetrical, you don't have to worry. Bye, Kath. Have fun being social. Yeah, I feel like I did. Alright, cool. So we are going to go with, I'm going to go all the way to a double treble. We're going to do 2 of those, and then we'll single crochet, and we'll do just a regular treble as the thumb, and then 3 single crochet back to the start. So we're just going to give that a little look-see and see if we like it. So for these first 2, because they are next to one another, I'm going to be working the stitch, and then I'll be slip stitching in the back loop to lock it all in. Whereas like if there's single crochet in between them, I don't have to worry about doing that. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So those are the 2 fingers. Then we have a single crochet and a thumb. 1, 2, 3. Now there are 2 different ways that we can attach a spoon to this. Oh, don't like it when I feel that. Some of the yarn just gave away. It's fine. It's fine. It has to be fine. We've already started. So we could slide the handle of the spoon through the fold over of those stitches. Oh yeah. I think it's safe to say that's what we'll be doing. Look at that. Perfect. No notes. I always feel a little guilty when like the official pattern has to be like, get yourself a supportive partner who will carve you tiny spoons out of pop sticks. But that's the pattern. Which way do the spoons face? I feel like the tops of the spoons face the thumb. At least on that one they do. Yeah, on all of them the top of the spoon faces the thumb. Idea, we choose a number, you give the options, you throw a dice that many times and you make the Pokemon with the dex number corresponding to the sum of the dice. That works all well and good when you have a lot to pick from. We could go with the one that's closest to, but like honestly with the the themes will open all the way back up again when we start working on gens 2, 3 and 4, but for these last couple of gen 1 it's a little hard to do very broad themes like that. Okay, and now we are just making, how much hand is there before wrist? I think we just do 1 row and then we're on the brown. So that is still 6 stitches around, so we'll do 6 single crochet and we'll change to our brown. That's just what we're going to do. Making sure we skip the slip stitches. Ain't nobody got time for slip stitches. 1, 2, 3, get back in there. 4, 5. I could do a D10 and arbitrarily list the Pokemon. Yeah, that could work actually. I have some D10s. Though I can't find my fancy dice at the moment. It's actually really bothering me, but I know they're in here somewhere. Okay, that's that. Now we are swapping to our Brune. I'll be starting the name vote momentarily. We're pretty much out of pieces here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3. That's weird. I feel like there's an extra stitch in there, but there shouldn't be mathematically, so that's fine. Imagine that, but we are the dice, without clues. Wait, what? What? Did I do the moustache? I have not done the moustache. We will. He needs a moustache. I understand. But, we are running out of pieces still. We need shoulder pads, this arm, and mustache. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to chuck a little sneaky decrease in there to get down to 5, I think. 6 front post single crochet around, and then we did 6 regular single crochet. And if we do decrease and then 4, 2, 3, 4, down to 5 stitches now. I'm going to just tuck these tails in because they're bothering me. I gotta do the mustache? Okay, we'll do the mustache next. Two, 3, 4. I feel like that's enough of an armband. I think from here we're back into arm territory. Excuse me, Torty. You make a list and number the Pokemon, we vote a number without any clue. Yeah. That's absolutely an option. I like that one. Because, like, a big part of the fun for me is not being able to, like, overthink it too much before stream starts. And so, like, if I present you guys with, even if, like, today I had 4 different options, and so I could have some idea on all 4 of them, but there's never any guarantee you guys are going to pick the ones that I'm, like, thinking about. And so I don't get into a place where I've, like, overthought it before stream. Because the reason this is fun for me... Well, one of the reasons. I like talking to you guys. But, like, one of the reasons this is fun for me is because I never know what you guys are going to pick. And so there's that immediate challenge of, like, okay, and we have to make this now. Go. And I can't overthink it, and so I can't over-prepare for it, and so this stays an activity that takes the day that it takes. Well, the 2 days that it takes, because I do the sewing off stream. But, like, it doesn't become an activity that I pre-plan for or pre-write patterns for or like... And, like, you can't help it at a certain point. If you know what's coming, it's hard not to mentally start writing a pattern for things. Like, I had that problem with Onyx, where by the time you guys actually picked Onyx, I had mentally planned how to approach that pattern so many times. He came out perfect, so it was a good thing, but, like, I was so ready to do Onyx by the time we picked Onyx. Mm, 8. Sorry about the squicky hook. 10. Okay, I think one more row. 11, 12. 13, 14. 15. I probably won't finish this piece off because based on the shoulder pad, we might make it longer. Now the problem is that I've put a thumb very clearly on one side, so I might have to do a slightly different left versus right version. But that's looking pretty right to me right now. So the other version will just have the thumb one stitch over, closer to the other side. But this is good. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Finish off. Oh, we're still attached to the brune, which I will persist in pronouncing like that. I'm sorry. It's too much fun to say. Now I'm going to start the name vote, but we're going to work on the mustache, okay? Just because I understand that some of you are very concerned that I won't do it on stream, which is fair enough, because there's like plenty that I don't do on stream anymore. But I think in general we're looking pretty good at the moment. Just sit there. Alright. Oh, thank you, Mr. Bones, for the name list. Caterpickle is just vocal. Yeah, Caterpickle sits up here supervising at all times. Holding his bobby pin in case I need one. Helpful little supervisor. Alright, so the name is... there's only one real name here, and that's the Prestidigitato. Prestidigitato. Because Abra is teleportato, and Kadabra could be levitato, just saying. But there are some other good names here too, and like whatever you guys pick, we will go with. I'm just saying that some names are more correct than others. There we go. So the other names are Kellogg's, Blink, and Hertzfeld. And I will abide by your decision, but I do strongly feel one of them is more right than the others. That's all. I'm allowed to have an opinion. Alright, so for the moustache, I don't know, the more I look at it, the more I think that it's a single layer type of piece, but we'll try, I don't know, I think a tube is just going to come out way too thick for it. So, I might be working over a long tail here. I'm just going to sketch it down here real quick. And it needs to be that long. If we work up to doubles at the end there, we can do like slip stitch, single, single, then like a half double. Just play that by ear. And working over a tail gives it a little bit of rigidity, which can be very helpful. Slip stitch. Go straight to the single crochets. You can't really do 2 slip stitches in a row around a long tail. So 2 single crochet. Okay, no, we already need more thickness than that, so half double. 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 Okay, good. So now we need to write that down. Over tail, we've done slip stitch. I think it was 2 singles, a half double, and then 2 doubles, right? Might be only 1 single. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, did I do 3 doubles? Oh no, that's the starting point. 5. And the starting point. Okay, cool. So, yep, I'm correct here. We kind of need to change to our yellow, which I've not done over a tail before, but honestly should work the same way. I'll just attach it on. And I don't know, maybe work down the edge of it a little bit. Maybe we'll give it like a couple of picots. Sorry, every so often my pieces descend into nonsensical land, and I think this is one of those moments. It's like we're now working down the edge of the double crochet to give the moustache its flair. And we'll just... Where's my start and tail? There it is. Make sure I capture the tail of the pale yellow in there as well. Just single crochet there to anchor it all in. We'll just see how this turns out. We'll just see. Probably not the neatest or the nicest, but I think it's got some attitude to it. No wrong answers, but one answer is the most correct. That is true. And I just like I said, today's theme accidentally became the illusion of choice because I felt very strongly about some things. But that's okay, because like we still abided by the decisions that you made when you made them correctly, and I didn't overrule anything because you made all of the decisions correctly. Right? I don't like. Yeah, I don't know. You guys can pick whatever you like next week, I promise. Working out what to do with these tails is funny, but like that's the piece. That's the moustache. It attaches like here. I don't know, is that enough moustache for you guys? Hopefully it is. I think it looks pretty good. Alrighty, so that's just ticked over 4 hours. We did it, guys. He stuck to 2 hours for each of them. He's only missing his shoulder pads, but his shoulder pads are going to be a basic circle. That's it. So let's close off this vote because I see it's dropping. And I need to make sure that we keep the answer correct. Alright, so you guys have, of your own free will, chosen Prestidigitato as the name. So thank you for that. Kellogg's came in second and honestly was my favourite name until I thought of Prestidigitato and immediately abandoned it. But Kellogg's was a great name at 18% and then came Blink at 9% and Hertzfeld at 3%. So thank you to everyone who voted for the names. Let's do the reveals. That's a very little reveal. Let's do a bigger reveal. Haha, the Revealinator. Alright, so number 2 was Kadabra, who honestly would have been way harder than Alakazam. So I'm glad that you went with number 3. I just thought it was really funny that you just, like, these are basically the same shade of yellow and, like, yeah. Anyway, I just thought it was funny because, like, look how much more complicated Kadabra is than Alakazam. It's actually ridiculous. So, Mr. Bones, I'm going to need a 3rd spoon, first of all, is what I'm observing. But yeah, he's got, like, pink stripes on his belly. He's got, like, a massive tail. It's almost like he is the toothpaste and this was what Abra was and he's just squeezed out of the shell type thing. I'm really glad that we lost the tail altogether for Alakazam. He's simplified himself. He's streamlined now. And number 4, which you could have picked at any point, I would have been fine with it, was not a sneaky yellow one in disguise. It was Venomoth. I thought Venomoth might be a fun, easy way to finish off a stream. So yeah, that's why 2 yellows were so similar. It's because, like, they are. Look how similar these guys are in colour. So yeah, I know I could have done, like, square 1 could have been white, square 2 could have been pink for the pink stripes on the tummy, and square 3 could have been brown, and then square 4 could have still been a purple one if I wanted to, or it could have been Zapdos and we could have made it black. But, like, we were honest. We went in here knowing that they were yellow. Hi, Daiquiri! We're actually just leaving. We're signing off for the day. All the spoilers are on the screen and everything. I want Venomoth. You could have picked Venomoth. I want Venomoth. I want to give Venomoth to you. I want a reason to grab the adorable little moth who... Oh, my bag of Pokemon's fallen over. It's all over the ground behind me. But, like, I want to grab the adorable little moth who is a Venomoth... Not Venomoth. Venonat is adorable, you guys. We made him so long ago and he's so cute. I want to have him prancing about my screen. I was like, pick Venomoth so I can have Venonat up here doing his little dance. You think the yellow was funnier? The Kadabra tail attachment spot looks odd. Yeah. Well, yep. Venomoth needs to be megapoded because they're the next evolution after all. No. Venomoth and Megapod are not related, love. Suggestion for the ones you think will take longer. You make only one at the stream and let some extra activity ready in case you feel like it went too fast, but this extra can take as long as you want. Yeah, like, well, sometimes we stop and do some sketching. The backlog power hour where we all do our homework seems to be a pretty good thing. Like, for something like Venusaur, I'm honestly tempted to do like an intermission where we work on Venusaur for 2 hours, take an hour off in between to work on any of the other Pokemon backlog we have, and then work on Venusaur for another 2 hours, because I genuinely think he's going to take that long. We made... Hold on, let me shrink this all down. I'll put that back on the screen, put that off the screen. There we go. So the reveals are still in the bottom corner there. We made this thing, who's feeling dangerous. And we made Alakazam. We had a very yellow day today. So their names were... Hold on. This is Prestidigitato. And Hypno was called Colonel Mustard. But that is where we're going to leave it this week. So as mentioned, I don't think I'll finish any stream Pokemon between now and next week. My focus is solely going to be on getting that main channel video done. Because it's going to be a good one. It just needs a little bit more love. It sucks because like all 6 of the Pokemon are sitting right there and they're looking fantastic, and I can't show you, but I'll show you next week. And the Pokédex is looking really good because I put the gen lines in. Can't show you this week. I'll show you next week. I'm so sorry. But happy time zone, everybody. And I hope you have a good week. And I hope your weather stops weathering or starts weathering better. Yeah. Have a good weekend, everybody. Ba-da-ba-da.